Pranesh M, one of India's brightest rising stars. Dimitri Andreevski, a battle-hardened grandmaster. Nihal Sarin, a speed chess sensation, lightning fast with razor-sharp tactical instincts. Hans Niemann, bold, fearless and unpredictable. Alireza Firouzja, a fearless super grandmaster, unleashing creativity, aggression and world-class brilliance. Arjun Erigaisi, India's attacking powerhouse, bringing explosive chess and an unbreakable fighting spirit. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the Uzbek prodigy, combining ice-cold precision with championship-winning composure. Gukesh Dommaraju, the youngest world champion, fearless, relentless, and ready to conquer every challenge.
Welcome everyone. It is day 3 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters and we are back with live action from Chennai and of course the strongest players in the world right here. With me I have my best friend and co-host Sahaj Gover. Sahaj, welcome to day 3.
What a tournament it has been so far. Alireza Firouzja on a perfect streak, but today I feel that perfect streak could be broken. And I feel that makes it a very, very, very exciting match.
Agreed, and I think we have a lot of exciting matches today, and of course we are just 6 minutes away from liftoff and day 2. What a day it was indeed, Sahaj. I mean, we saw the world champion go down on his home soil. He was not happy about that result. He had that golden opportunity. 50% odds, 1 pawn move, whether you move it 1 square or 2 squares, decided the game itself.
And that was h6 or h5, Harry the h-pawn as they call it. So hoping he can make a comeback. All the Indian players are going to be playing with the white pieces today as opposed to yesterday where all of them had black pieces. So some results could be possible and it's going to be an exciting day.
Exciting day indeed. So let's have a look at the standings right now. After day 2, who's on top is the question. And there we see with a 1-point lead for Alireza Firouzja. He seems to be, taking proceedings in his own hands. And he's saying, you know what, this tournament is mine.
Absolutely. And there's no better way to, show that from the standings we are seeing. Perfect score, perfect run for Firouzja so far. And Gukesh is one of the victims there. And Pranesh, as you can see. But today, I think is a very, very tough match because he is up against Nihal Sarin.
Oof.
That too with the black pieces, and Nihal is on the rise. And let's not forget, it was Nihal who handed Firouzja the 15-0 defeat in the Bullet Championships just 1 week back.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a revenge match for Firouzja. And there we see the pairings for day 3. There is Arjun versus Hans Niemann. That game is going to be sharp as hell. We also have, Pranesh fighting it out against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. What a match that's going to be for the youngster. We have the world champion finally looking forward to his first win versus Dimitri Andreevski. And of course, Nihal Sarin versus Firouzja. I think every match sounds exciting.
Absolutely. And I think if I had to choose, I really cannot.
Yeah.
I really cannot choose which one is the most exciting to me, but I feel all of them are going to have very, very exciting chess. Nodirbek, in specific, I feel, has had 2, let's say, bad openings. I wouldn't say they are 2 bad games because he did fight back and he had winning chances against Arjun yesterday as well. But today, I don't think he can have that bad opening phase, especially against someone like Pranesh, because he's playing with the black pieces. It could go either ways.
Agree. And, it should be a confidence boost, I would say. The opening didn't go your way. You were dead lost in 2 games and still you managed to fight back and had even winning chances in both the games. There's nothing better than holding on to a lost game, and Nodirbek should be proud about that. And of course, today he's going to be playing against Pranesh, who's the lowest seed of the event. So he could be potentially getting up for his first win. And there we see the beautiful playing hall. Just 8 players in that large hall, Sahaj. And of course, hopefully we get a bunch of results today.
Absolutely. Pranesh is the lowest seed on paper, but that rating is still 2670. That is still an insane, rating. And he is the winner of the challenges section last year as well. Pranesh, I think, could pull off an upset against Nodirbek. And what a story that would be.
Indeed. And I think we've had 1 result on day 1, 1 result on day 2 in terms of wins. How many are you predicting today, Sahaj?
That's a very tough call. I would say, 1 result both days was because of Firouzja. I think Firouzja Like Firuza's game could also have, end up in a result, but I'm going to say a very healthy, maybe 2 results and 2 draws.
I hope we have the maximum number of results today. I feel like, the field right now is quite close. And today, maybe we'll get split into 2 halves. Like some of the people will go ahead, some people will lag, and let's see how that turns out. We see Nodebek come into the playing hall as well. He's looking for his pen maybe or something. We see Pranesh taking his seat there. We also see the world champion in the distance. We would love to have the cameras of the board where the opening move will be played. And Sahaj, who's playing the opening move today?
I just got to know who's playing the opening move, and I think everyone should just wait just a couple of more seconds, because you're going to see a very, very nice surprise in front of you at the Gukesh board, and you will be even more surprised what the first move was on that board.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting because it's going to be Goofy Gen Chess, Sahaj, one of the biggest creators in the world right now. And there we see him enter the hall, and he's going to be playing the first move. And do you know what move he's going to play? I have no idea.
I think we do have an idea. We do have an idea what move it is, but let's just say Goofy Gen likes to play with the black pieces.
And maybe he likes to attack the flanks, maybe a little bit as well.
He loves flank attack. I think no central control there, but I think he really likes to play with the black pieces, and I think his first move is going to suggest just that. So in the chat, in the audience, if anyone wants to take a guess, I think we've made it more or less simple now.
Yeah. And like when Gukesh became world champion, nobody knew about Goofy, and now he's one of the biggest creators in the world. And there he is making the first move very, very soon. We also see Hans Niemann enter the hall. He's going to play Arjun. That's going to be an exciting game as well. It's going to be a fun day today, Saj.
Absolutely. And against Arjun, you have to be careful. We remember the game yesterday that he had against Nodebek. In the most popular variation in chess, the Spanish opening, Arjun found something on move 5 with bishop e7, and then he pushed f5 and h5, and what a match, what an opening it was. And I mean, it's just full of surprises. So anytime Arjun is playing, you just have to be really, really careful. Against someone like him.
We see pawn to h3 as the move, on the world champions board by the secret world champion.
Absolutely. And let's look at the second move as well, because I think, and wait a second, there it is. Wait, he just took it back and then started with a3. But so this does prove that a3 is maybe a slightly stronger move than h3, Sahil.
Imagine Gukesh had prepared a3. He's like, bro, how does he know? How does he know?
In some cases, a3 can actually be a good move as well, because imagine if you want to play with the black pieces and you play a3 first, your opponent cannot play Spanish anymore. There is no bishop b4 possible. So there is some merit there. I spoke about this on the first day. I know Grandmaster who played a3 on move 1 in a classical game against a 2600 opponent. And after e5, he played c3. And his logic was, I like to play the Caro-Kann.
Very interesting. And of course, right now, there is liftoff, handshakes, day 3 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmaster. Gukesh on the board plays pawn to e4. So maybe a very exciting game incoming.
Absolutely. The king's pawn opening. I think from Andrekin, we can expect e4, e5. That's what I think most players go for. There it is. So once again, we will ask this question. Every single time we ask this question, Italian or Spanish, what is it going to be? It would be amazing actually if this time Gukesh went for the Scotch, like with d4 or, something with 4 knights or something crazy like that. But let's see what
did he actually play d4? I think he played Sahaj. Did you guess this correctly?
I think he just played Scotch. Yes, he did.
Wow. Maybe time to buy a lottery ticket, Sahaj, tonight. Wow, what a prediction, man. Crazy.
Let's go. Gukesh playing the Scotch opening. That's a big surprise. And I think it will be a big surprise for Andrekin as well. I know he's making the moves really quickly, but he definitely was expecting either Italian or Spanish. So Gukesh definitely under prep. Now the question is, has he taken the pawn on d4 or is he going for, what I'm about to say now?
Yeah, I think Gukesh has clearly expanded his, pool of seconds, as I can see, because there is some prep leak here. Yeah. Sahaj knows what's happening. So knight f6 on the board, and surprisingly, Andrekin played this very, very quickly. So maybe he expected this to some degree.
I would be very surprised, because I think you have so much stuff to look for, against someone like Gukesh. I mean, in the World Championship alone, he played like 5 different openings. So someone like Gukesh can play anything. Predicting Scotch is an incredibly difficult task. Of course, Andrekin knows what is Scotch, but has he looked at it on the day before? Probably not. But of course, he's playing the, the logical looking moves. And I see that Gukesh has taken that knight on c6 as well. So he's not gone for the 4 knight Scotch with knight c3 instead, which is relatively quite solid. He's going for the main variation. This is definitely the world champion prep.
And question for you, Saj. I remember 20 years back, 15 years back, Scotch was the rage, right? Everybody used to play it. I think in every Delhi tournament, we used to see it. Nowadays, it's quite rare. What was the reason that, top players started moving away from this opening?
I think it's largely because Spanish offers way more opportunity, way more flexibility to white. With Scotch, you can only play a limited number of options. You can, for example, after knight f6, your pawn on e4 is under attack. So either you can play knight c3 to defend that pawn, or you can take the knight and push e5. So it really limits your options. When you play Spanish, you have maybe 5 to 10 different options that lead to 10 other sub options, let's say. So it's just about flexibility. And when you play something like Scotch, it is a good idea when your opponent cannot predict that you're playing the Scotch. So, and look at this, we have e5 on the board.
Wow. Very interesting. And of course, I think we have comments in the chat saying, whatever move Gukesh plays, he is the GOAT. So huge support for Gukesh there. I'm going to quickly refresh the board so that we have the moves. And I think Enriken has surprised me a bit by playing so quickly. You would expect at least one deep thing from him, yeah?
Speaking of surprises, I would love to go to the board of Pranesh versus Northern, because take a look at what he has just played. He has first of all, he's gone for the close Sicilian. He's played knight c3. Black has gone for d6. I think we've already have the moves on the board.
I don't see the moves.
Just refresh over here once.
Yeah. Refresh the board very quickly.
We'll just refresh the board very quickly, and I think we have the moves.
Yeah, let me know the moves.
So it's d6, d4,
yeah,
c takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6, and now queen to d2. The idea is we're going to fianchetto on the other side of the board with b3, bishop b2. So he plays g6, b3.
Wow.
And now look at this, bishop to h6. That's the most tactical variation inside this variation possible. And now Pranesh goes for f4, and Northern has played knight f6, and already we see a blue arrow on the board.
Wow. Very interesting. And what's the move, Sahaj?
f4. Wow. And he's gone knight f6, and now you can see the blue arrow in this position. I mean, I think we'll see it just very, very soon, and Pranesh has actually played it as well. Crazy.
Yeah. The board has gone down for a second. We'll quickly have it on in front of you. We go full screen for now and try to catch the expressions of the players. And of course, I think this is a very interesting game, right? Because Pranesh has the opportunity to beat one of the top 5 players in the world. So this could do, this could be a career-changing game, I feel.
100%. And I think he's chosen the correct variation there, because if you think that this is where the forcing lines begin, we haven't even started where the forcing lines have begun. First of all, players have castled on opposite flanks. I think it's the first game in this entire event that we are seeing this, where both players have castled on opposite flanks, which means it's going to be a fighting game. However, for the next 5 to 10 moves, both players have to play accurate chess. Otherwise, they could be in deep trouble there.
Wow. So that means, knowledge of opening theory is absolutely critical. Figuring out these details over the board, when you don't even have that extra time incoming, Saj. We've talked about how important time management is in this event. So Pranesh hopefully has his opening prep done. And of course, he seconded Vachier-Lagrave. So maybe, that would have helped there as well.
Absolutely. And, I see this small little difference in the position where Black has gone for a5 instead of e5, which is what you normally go for. And Northern is not even at the board. He has gotten up. I think this means Northern had prepared for some kind of a surprise, and it has worked.
Yeah.
It has worked. And I think we have the board back as well. Let's go.
We have the board. That is amazing news. So let's have the board on screen. Northern is also back on screen. And we can see this pawn move a5, Sahaj. If I'm white here, I see the a pawn running up the board. I'm a bit worried. I have to be very careful with what I play. For example, if I play a4, I give the b4 square away. So it's a bit nervy, yeah?
He has played a4 as well. So he is not afraid of that because Pranesh has the b5 square too, right? He can put the bishop on b5, he can put the knight on b5 if needed. But Sahil, I think we are also seeing something absolutely crazy. Let's go back to the Gukesh board, because look at his time. Not at the position, but look at the time. The world champion has 1 hour and 35 minutes. I think it's the most time across all matches. But this is world champion prep right there.
Wow, this is where we left it. Last queen e7, queen e2, unplaying that pawn, knight d5, h4, and typically we see this rook come out to h3 as well. Sometimes d6. Attacks the knight, knight b6, takes the pawn, and now this queen trade, which could have happened, has been avoided. Bishop e3, d5, Knight comes out to d2, and this is the live position. And I did run into Gukesh in the lift, and he felt like he was dead serious. That loss, might have woken him up.
Wow. And this reminds me of something. A bit earlier, you asked me, why don't top players play, the Scotch opening? I'll tell you my experience of the last time I played the Scotch opening as white. It was against Gukesh's former coach, I think still the current coach, Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna. And it was some tournament in Greece that we were playing. And for the first time, I decided to play the Scotch opening. I got destroyed in 22 moves with the white pieces. And since then, I have never played it again. So this is some really dangerous territory for both of these players.
Yeah, if you can have the Gukesh camera, that will be very helpful. And by the way, black has just taken the pawn on c4. And now, my instinct would be, let's grab this pawn. But then suddenly I see queen b4 check. I see bishop e6. And it feels like I am constantly moving my pieces back and forth. And my king is far away from castling. And where am I castling, Sahaj, here? Because I've put the h pawn here. I've opened the d and c file. So where is the white king supposed to go?
I think you're supposed to castle on the short side, but this is Gukesh. I don't think he will take the pawn. He loves, going into those imbalanced positions, complicated positions where he can push, where he can press. I think he's going to leave that pawn on c4 and he's just going to play g3, bishop g2, and, he's just going to try to go short castle there. I don't think the board is right on the screen. If you can have the Gukesh versus Andreikin board, that would be lovely. But yes, g3 is that move which we are expecting from Gukesh, and he has so much time.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that's great news for Gukesh fans right now. So let's see what happens. And meanwhile, I think maybe, Chad is telling us, we want to see the Nihal versus Firouzja revenge match, Sahaj. Because, 15-0 was the streak Nihal Sarin had just a while back. And this is the position. And guess the opening name. Wait, I've seen this opening before, Sahaj. I've seen this before.
Yeah, oh, wow. I think it does. We cannot see it on the screen right now, but guys, it deserves a mention regardless. We have the London system on the board. Let's go.
Wow. And h3 in the London system. I was told you keep the pawn on h2. So if black were to play bishop d6, you put the bishop here.
Yeah.
So this is quite an interesting choice here by Nihal Sarin. Pawn to h3, and we see Firouzja already thinking.
Absolutely. I think h3 was a big surprise for him. And yesterday we played some pickleball again, with Nihal, and today Nihal plays London. I don't see that as a coincidence. I mean, I feel like there has to be some correlation there.
And by the way, do you want to share anything from Nihal's pickleball adventures? Like how good he is?
He is insane. I played one-on-one against Nihal, in pickleball, and he's absolutely, I think, insane. He's unbeatable, I think. In the match, like in the one-on-one match, I got completely destroyed. Like, I don't think I won a single match against him. So, very, very strong player there.
I was like 10-1 against him. I was trying to fight Firouzja's, that streak there. So, let's see what happens. And meanwhile, after actually Firouzja, you're really thinking about what to do, because this is a new plan, has not been played that often on chess.com. I think we have very few games as well. So, let's see how he handles this. And so far, h3 is a clear opening choice. But question, when did he prepare this? He was basically in pickleball all night.
That's a good question, but I think this is Nihal. He's one of the, he's one of the best players in the world when it comes to London. When I wrote my course alongside Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan, I chose 5 players who are playing the London constantly, and Nihal was the first guy I chose because he in speed chess. On online chess, Nihal is a beast when it comes to London. So he understands the structure of London incredibly well.
And I think we have a move from Firouzja. It's not so obvious what he's just played. But regardless, I think Nihal Sarin should be well prepared. Let's see how that turns out. And meanwhile, maybe we jump back to the Gukesh game, Sahaj, for a moment. And I do want to get your thoughts. What's going on in Gukesh's mind right now? I think he's playing on his home turf. He knows how important this tournament is. He's supposed to play an Olympiad, a World Championship, 2 huge events where he performed spectacularly 2 years back. So the pressure on his shoulders is definitely weighing him down a bit.
Absolutely. And, being handed a loss yesterday in that manner by making one wrong pawn move definitely adds on to the pressure. But today, I think just looking at his time, looking at the body language, how the game has gone so far, I think he should be more or less happy with the position. I feel like this is one of the best situations you could have expected out of the opening. Yes, it looks like Andreikin is also pretty well prepared, but I feel like it is Gukesh who handed him the surprise. And to some extent, I feel this is a bluff. I could be wrong though.
Ooh, very interesting, a bluff. And I think the opening battle is quite interesting. But after D takes C4, Gukesh having his first think, maybe this is something he might not have considered. But I think your plan of playing G3 is basically forced, right? Because you want to put the king in the corner. So then you can kind of munch on these queenside pawns. These are clear targets, very hard for black to defend. And once your king is safe, then Gukesh could really have some chances to convert in the endgame.
Absolutely. And you know, there's a very interesting stat about the position in front of us. I don't think the board is correct right now. This is Scotch opening we're talking about. I think we'll get that fixed very, very for you guys. But the position that is currently on Gukesh's board, someone, a grandmaster from Chennai, has written a course on that exact position, and that is Grandmaster SP Sethuraman.
And he's okay. I don't know what
interesting fact there, because they're both from Chennai, and one of them, and it's a lifetime repertoire, which means it's a whole complete course. It takes a lot of time and a lot of energy to create a course like that. So I think this could be some preparation there from the world champion. So let's see how the game progresses.
Indeed, and I think we can see Andreikin quite relaxed there. I think he's been, we've not seen him compete at the top level, so this could be a career-changing, tournament for him as well. By the way, finally a move by the world champion, and he indeed plays the pawn to G3, a very logical move, as you pointed out. Bishop G2, castles, and then slowly but surely, I'm going to play Rook C1. Pick up this pawn, and then you still have this weakness. And these queens kind of make castling really weird. So are we expecting G6 from black as well, or do we expect the queen to move and then bishop E7's hedge?
I think if the queen, by the way, we have the board now, let's go. So, and by the way, if you move the queen away from the E file, then you run the risk of the discovered check. So that would be difficult for Andreikin to, castle. But a very interesting fact here, Sethu also recommended the move G3 in his course.
Oh, this is directly from his course,
This is still his course.
Wow.
Lifetime repertoires. I think it's a 1E4 part 1 where Sethu recommends G3. I can see it on my screen. This is still part of the course.
And bishop E6, and now we see bishop G2 from Gukesh.
We are still in the course.
Wow, threatening bishop takes C6, check, basically winning the game on the spot. So black has to defend that pawn. What's the best way here, Sahaj? I see queen C7 as the option because you open the bishop as well. Bishop D5 also comes to mind. Would you consider that?
Bishop D5 looks actually very interesting. I'm thinking of something like short castle, and maybe you will take on G2, I will take back. And I'm just saying, okay, I have castled, you have not. I have good pawns, I have connected pawns, and your 6 and C4 pawns are broken. So at least on a positional level, I think I think white should feel quite comfortable here.
Agreed. I think queen C7 on the board. So now Gukesh will castle. And then surely but sure, we'll see bishop B4 maybe, or bishop D6. Then black will castle. And the main question is this C4 pawn edible, Sahaj? Because if I manage to grab this pawn, then suddenly this pawn will become a huge target as well long term. You don't even have the bishop advantage as black. So I feel like Gukesh long term has very good chances here to put real pressure in the position.
Absolutely. And now that you mentioned knight takes C4, I'm even considering rook C1 and just sacking my rook there. Like knight C4, rook C4, because at least on a strategic level, even if you sack an exchange in this position, you still have a very strong bishop, and those two pawns on A7 and C6 are a prime target. So that could also work in the long term. By the way, we are still, so Queen C7 was the first move, which is outside of Sethu's course. So this is maybe the first time Gukesh is thinking.
And what was the recommendation in the course then instead of Queen C7?
No, maybe it was not Bishop G2. He recommended something else besides Bishop G2. So I think this is some Gukesh prep there. So let's see how the game will progress on that end.
So very interesting position. By the way, we've not looked at the Arjun Hans Niemann game so far. So let's jump to that one because it's going to be very exciting indeed. Knight F3 was Arjun's choice, and now D5, C4. Okay, a typical bishop G2 fianchetto, D4, castles, and now knight comes out to C3 as well. Knight D7, and typical development, castles takes on E5, knight D7, and now pawn takes D5 is the live position in front of us. And Hans Niemann is thinking, and the question is, does he take with the C pawn or does he take with the E pawn?
That's a good question, and that's a very difficult question, And Arjun once again, strikes with his very incredibly targeted prep. He goes into cattle and then side steps with knight c3, then side steps with knight e5. I feel that he is. I mean, if we just look at his time alone, he has an hour and 30. How much time does he have?
33 minutes.
An hour and 33 minutes. So that's a lot of time. I think he's still very much in prep. And I think e takes d5 makes more sense in this position because you want to open up the line for the bishop, the diagonal for the bishop on c8. Like you want to sidestep with the knight on c5 or on b6 and play bishop f5. But that creates an imbalance in the position. And if I look at my golden f pawn, f4, f5 in the long run could be a scary decision. E4 could be a scary, move as well. So not an easy decision ahead for Hans Niemann.
But it's the kind of move Hans Niemann would prefer as well, right? There it is. Yeah, it's typical of Hans Niemann to play this imbalance as well. Both the players prefer imbalances, and that's why I feel this is going to be a crisp game till the end. We'll have no idea who's going to win. It's going to be an attack from white, and black will of course create counterplay as well. So very interesting game on our hands. Arjun right now is 13 minutes ahead on the clock, so maybe he has his prep on the board.
100%. I think he's not on the board, but his prep is on the board. And I think F4, he's just going to sit down, and I think within 10 seconds, he's going to play F4 and then he's going to get up again. That's my prediction here. Because for sure, Arjun is still very much in prep. I'm just checking by the way, there are some games in F4 in this position already. And quite a few games actually. Just one Indian Grandmaster who played it in 2024, Grandmaster Nilotpal Das. Has employed this position with f4 before, and he won that game as well. So a line that has a good history for white.
Yeah, and both the players, not at the seats right now, in a normal open event, the arbiters will think the game is already over. And there we have Arjun back. He's writing down the move. And how many seconds does he take to play his move, Saj?
Less than 10 seconds. Wait. We can, I can tell you he's just going to go through all of the variations there, and now immediately he's going to play f4.
Okay, one.
There is no other move, I think, in this position. No, he's just trying to recollect all the different moves that are possible here. But F4, there it is.
There it is. 10
Less
seconds.
than 10 seconds. There it is. F4 played. The golden pawn has been touched. But in this sense, it is for tactical reasons. So it makes a lot of sense to play F4. He also defends the pawn on E5. And he's eyeing down that E4 square. I think if Arjun was given an extra move, he would gladly, break the center with E4. Because then you have space. Then your bishop opens up. And that D6 square.
Oh.
That D6 square is what I want for my knight.
The only surprise, why is this just plus 0.5 for white? Yeah, this is very, very strong practically. So I think black needs to be accurate now. And of course, one might think, why can't I defend this with the bishop as well? But then black has actually G5. Simply attacking the bishop. Bishop has to move back, and then the E5 pawn is gone. So I think pawn to F4, very, very important move. And Arjun barely had to think. So I think he's still in prep, and this is going to be like a very, very nice game to watch.
Absolutely. Completely agree. And speaking of nice games to watch, let's take a quick look with Nihal as well, because some developments have happened here. Just want to point out the relevance of H3. There is another move here. Let's first address that. There is the main move here for white is something like c3. So you have this diamond structure. Essentially, this is what we call the diamond structure in chess, and that's what you expect the most. When you don't play c3, like there's moves like bishop e2, there's moves like h3. What you're doing is you're almost provoking black to play queen b6, because that's what black usually does in this position to attack the b2 pawn. And once you play queen b6, I have this idea of knight c3, which invites queen takes b2, but then knight b5, knight c7 becomes an extremely sharp position, to deal with. And that was Nihal's plan behind this whole h3 business. But of course, Firouzja knows this. He knows this trap. He goes for e6, bishop d3 happen. And now, like you pointed out, because Nihal has played h3, he cannot retreat with the bishop to g3 because the h2 pawn no longer supports that square. But Nihal has a plan here. He takes on c5. And I think bishop takes c5 happens, and now he goes short castle, and very soon he's going to push c4. Maybe it's not looking like a London anymore. Maybe it transposes into perhaps QGA or, some other variant of Queen's Gambit. I think Nihal is still much better prepared here, because just look at his time. Yeah, he must have... Okay, he has an hour and 30 minutes, like more or less, but I think Firouzja has been thinking for quite some time. I think he's still more or less in prep there.
Agreed. I think Nihal Sarin seems to be very well prepared for this event. His rating has been rising for the past 12 months rapidly. He's part of the India Olympia team now as well. And he looks quite confident in general. I think his personality has changed a bit. And of course, the recent drubbing that we talked about, the Bullet Chess Championship final between these two guys, Nihal defeated Firouzja twice,
Wow.
with a 15-0 score as well in the middle there. And we could see Firouzja just laughing at the situation, right? It was kind of funny to watch. But I think Firouzja, of course, will love to get that revenge match here. But right now, Nihal, very solid, very sound. And as you mentioned, that C4 move is incoming to challenge Black center. And of course, then the knight will come in as well. But okay, I mean, it's not the typical London, and Black could at some point offer this trade as well. But overall, White doing pretty well.
No, there is a slight tactic in this position. For example, if Black does play the move Bishop D6, now normally speaking, if you can have Bishop D6 on the board, generally speaking, you invite Bishop takes F4 as White, because once you go EF4, that creates another imbalance in the position. You can put some pressure on the dark squares there. But Black has a different plan. Let's say if you played Knight B2, right? Black can go E5 and E4.
Ooh,
that's a trap you have to be careful about.
Have to be very, very careful there. That would end the game on the spot, and that would be embarrassing at the top level to see. So I think very important to be careful as to what you are doing. By the way, it's very interesting. The engine is screaming Knight C3 here, Sahaj. What happens after E5 in this case?
Oh, that's interesting. Bishop G5 is Bishop G3.
Bishop G3, and if E4...
Oh, because D6 is hanging.
Yes,
so takes and Knight E4.
Yes,
yeah?
and you take this, and there's a pin here, unfortunately. You can't pick up the knight. So tactics, subtle differences. Knight C3 instead of Knight D2, and suddenly White is the one winning.
And if anyone's wondering why Knight on D2 was not working, let's have that on the board as well. Because Knight G2, Bishop D6, E5, Bishop G3. Now you can take on D6. Queen takes D6. And note that if the knight was on c3, you could take with the bishop and the queen is pinned. Yeah. But now if you take with the bishop, Black can capture with the pawn. That is such a subtle difference. Very nice find there, Sahil.
And that's what Firouzja is calculating as well. Hence the 15-minute difference here, Sahaj, on the clock timing. So let's see how that turns out. And meanwhile, we're going to jump to the Pranesh game for a second as well, because the position looks quite exciting, even though I can't see the moves on the left. I'll refresh the board very quickly. Like, what do you make of Pranesh here? I feel like if he can oh wow, look at this position, Sahaj. I mean, every minor piece seems like has, kind of ultra instinct unlocked here in this. Look at the bishop here, look at the bishop, look at the knight. All the minor pieces doing a great job in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even sure who is better prepared here. But I know it's going to be an complete chaos. I mean, look at the bishops alone. Yeah, Bishop B2, Bishop C4 eyeing down the king on G8, and look at the bishops on H6 and G4 eyeing down the queen side. It's just going to be a race, and the player who's faster, the player who can attack faster, is just going to win this game, I feel. But definitely a result is expected here.
Yeah, let's have Pranesh's camera as well in front of us, and of course, Nodebek playing very, very quickly. So up till now, and okay. If you had to choose a side here, Sahaj, White or Black, which one would you choose?
Oh, I'm choosing White 100 out of 100 times because simply because I feel the fianchetto bishop and because we have clamped down the queen side with A5 and A4, there is less chances of a breakthrough. Like you cannot play B5 in a position like this. I can capture with my bishop, I can capture with my pawn, and that will be completely fine for me. Black has to mostly focus on the center, I feel, because Black has to play D5, Black has to play E5. Those moves are quite common in these positions. Whereas from the white side, you just have to push the H pawns, like push H3, push G4, and just, throw everything and see what sticks, essentially. So it's much easier, I feel, for white to play. But when I say easy, I think it's a very complicated position. But in comparison, I feel white's position is slightly more comfortable. What do you think, Sahil?
I agree with you, absolutely. But I think 13 moves in, this is the best position Nodebek has had all tournament.
Oh, yes.
So he's also very happy with this. He'll take this any day. So let's see how this turns out. 99.4, the accuracy for Nodebek so far. So I think he's finally getting in the flow, Sahaj, of potentially chasing, the tournament leader.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think this is going to be a very exciting match. And Sahil, I would love to take you back to Nihal versus Firouzja, because Firouzja is going for that tactic. With E5, he is not planning to exchange those bishops. He's planning to push E5 and E4. That's an immediate, your piece is gone. That's a fork. So Nihal has to be careful. Put the knight on C3, not on D2.
Yeah, and of course, let's have the cameras as well for Nihal. By the way, Nihal has barely been sitting at the board this entire event, so he seems to be in pickleball territory. And also, by the way, like, could you just take the bishop? Like, that's the simplest way to handle it. No more forks anymore. Now I can plan c4 long term. That seems like a simple solution.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the board is kind of hanging on this. I think it's going to be.
That's a new chess piece, yeah. The white bishop combined with the black queen. I think. What could we name that?
Not really sure. Oh, that's actually quite funny. But I think taking on d6 and pushing c4 is what. Again, I think positionally speaking, you have a slightly better bishop in comparison to black, because black's bishop is blocked by its own pawns and white's bishop is more or less active. But I think it simplifies the position too much. Look, London is already, you run the risk of simplifying the position. Like, that's also why, London should be played in a, sparingly in that sense. I would not take on d6 here. I would play c4 or I'll go knight c3. Let black do the simplification, because then your position will improve as the simplification happens.
And we have a comment in the chat. Arjun and Hans both fumbled good chances in the first two games. But I feel like, they were both kind of constantly hitting the wall. Yeah, at some point the wall would break and they would get their first wins, and they are playing each other today. So one of them finally breaks through and one of them crumbles.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see what will happen. So,
by the way, let's go to Gukesh's board, because I see he has given up his bishop to win the c4 pawn. This is he left it last, right? Queen c7, castles, bishop b4, and now he takes the knight on b6, fixes black's pawn structure, but at least he gets the pawn now with knight takes e4. So you get the pawn back, but now black has the bishop pair. The pawn structure isn't that bad either, right? Because they're connected now. At some point, I'll move the rook and then could play c5 long term to simply avoid the weak pawn. And Raken looks kind of fine now, I think.
But white does have that outside pass pawn with a3, b4. You can try to create a passer on the a file, and let's not forget the Catalan bishop on g2 is very, very strong. It has more power than both of black's bishops combined, because that bishop is on the longest diagonal. It also protects the king. It's very, very strong in that position. Plus, exchanging the bishop and the knight introduces a different kind of imbalance in the game, which definitely helps when you want to press from one side. So makes sense from Gukesh's perspective. And by the way, Nihal has also played the move that you suggested, Sahil.
Oh!
Knight c3 is on the board, so he is very well prepared. No more e5, e4 in the position.
Actually, e5 is still possible, but e4 is not. So I think maybe you still see e5, yeah? Because it does feel like a logical move. I'm playing in the center, I'm attacking your bishop, and optically, it looks like black has two pawns, and it feels like he's playing with the white pieces.
Absolutely. But you can break the position with e4 at some point, and I feel you could get that control back. But Sahil, I have a question. Do I have to go bishop g3? Why not bishop g5? Because I've been watching too many Arjun games, and I think after e4, I can go knight takes d5, and yes, it's a pawn, it's a piece, but is it really that bad?
Yeah, maybe it's because black is not castled yet as well.
But that's a good thing for us, no? Queen.
Do you take the knight or the bishop now?
I was thinking queen d3 and just to keep the tension, but maybe bishop f6 first and then queen d3.
Let's say bishop f6, g
but
f6.
this is maybe not enough.
Yeah.
If you're right. If he had castled, maybe you could say that black's kingside pawn structure is a bit ruptured. But since he hasn't castled, that's not the case.
We don't have the open e file as well. That would be very helpful in this structure, by the way. Going back, knight c3 is the move. Nihal again not at the seat. I think at the end of the event, we should do a cumulative analysis of how much time he spent actually sitting at the board. So we'll have the data for you for sure. But Firouzja, of course, trying to figure out the details. Knight c3. Can I play e5? Can I play e4? So here's the odds of Firouzja putting e5, e4 here out of 100.
0. I think e5 is still possible, but e4, I actually think e5 is also not possible. I think he will just go something, simple like short castle. But if you go short castle, do I have the possibility of taking on d6 and pushing e4?
Oh, that's a good question, actually, because then right now, black had one pawn in the center. After e4, we both have one each. And if you do take, somehow all my pieces are developed. And the problem piece is your bishop on c8. Maybe in red color, still not developed, Sahaj.
Absolutely. And if we just exchange everything, let's say d takes c4, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and rook f takes or a takes, doesn't matter. It's an endgame. But if we could isolate each piece of white and each piece of black, white's bishop is much stronger than black's bishop, white's knight is much stronger, white's rook is much stronger, and in turn that justifies the bar. Why white is so much better in this position despite having no material advantage. That's what Nihal is hoping to achieve.
That's the kind of endgame literally Hans had against him. Yeah, that slight pull, which is very hard to handle. And Nihal had to sack a piece for 2 pawns to counter it. So it's always going to be tricky. Right now, of course, this is the live position. So let's see how Firuzja handles this. He is in a tough position. Maybe he castles now. That should be possible. He could play e5 as well. And again, the problem piece right now is the bishop on c8. Doesn't have any comfortable squares. You can't put it on d7 because this would hang. So let's see how Firuzja handles. By the way, he's 15 minutes behind on the clock already.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we are expecting short castle. We are expecting maybe queen e7, something along those lines. But maybe queen e7 is not that good because you can take on d6 and it's kind of like black is losing a tempo.
Agreed.
So either you take on f4 or either you play short castle, basically. In both scenarios, I really like Nihal's chances.
Agreed.
Also, it's almost like Firuzja is on a perfect run so far. He's the only guy with 2 out of 2 and the rest of the field is on 1 out of 2. So he has a 1-point cushion over everybody else. And I feel this type of an opening choice really limits Firuzja's chances to win the game. So I think Nihal in some sense has neutralized, and I don't think Firuzja is going to have a perfect score at the end of round 3.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you there. I think London system a great choice when your opponent is in that flow, in that momentum, right? And I think Nihal understands Firuzja pretty well from his recent clash at the Bullet Chess Championship. So now jumping to the Arjun game, because I see that the bar has jumped up just a little bit there. And I think this is where we left it, right? D takes c5 and f4 was the last move we saw. f5 from Hans Niemann. So clearly the f-pawns have full freedom today. And now bishop to e3 controlling this very important diagonal that's looking at the white king's edge. And it does feel like, look at white's bishops, very strong looking towards the queen side. And black's minor pieces, not kind of up to the same mark.
Absolutely. I think also, let's not forget, he has a protected passed pawn in the center of the board. And that pawn is basically the soul of the position. And knowing Arjun, I keep thinking about it. Is knight takes d5 something that would happen in the future? That does not feel bad to me. I feel like that could be very good. If you can time this correctly, you're also capturing back with the check. Your rooks are going to be connected. Both of them can, hop on the open file. You do have the, the protected pass pawn and the strong bishops. Black's pieces are just completely discoordinated, and the rook on a8, bishop on c8 are still, at least 2 to 3 moves you're going to take to develop them. That's an interesting threat in the position.
Agreed, absolutely. I think black's pieces right now not doing a great job. And I think you have to play either bishop c5 or knight c5. I feel like that's the best way to at least get one of your pieces out. Also trade off for the white bishop as well. But do you prefer bishop c5 or knight c5 here?
That's a good question, because on one hand, I feel black is struggling with space because I have a pawn on e5 and black doesn't have any pawn in white's territory. So I think you're struggling with space, but at the same time, I feel that bishop on e7 is the good bishop for black. Because if you trade that, then it's never about what you trade, it's about what's left on the board. And what's left on the board is that really bad bishop on c8.
Oh, look at this. After bishop c5, your move is actually working instantly. Knight d5, if you pick this up, I take back with the knight. And if you do take this, then check and goodbye to your bishop.
Even bishop takes d5 is possible. No, that's a check as well. Like, sorry, one move before. So not here. Bishop d5 check is also possible, right?
Yes.
c5 queen d5. That's like even more forcing in the position.
Indeed.
Wait, he goes for knight b6, and that's the move I was thinking about, because I think this is logical because you want to put your knight on c4 and hit the bishop on e3 and the pawn on b2. So are we playing b3 in the spirit of Adiban?
Oh, we had Adiban yesterday and we didn't see b3. So now he's not here. We have b3. He's always with us.
Actually, the moment we took a break, black played b3. So we were just having, just a conversation afterwards that we should have just stayed on for just one more minute and we would have seen b3 while having Adiban, in the commentary panel with us.
Yeah, knight b6, I think a nice move. Also defense d5. So no more knight d5 tactics available for white. But I think knight c4 is incoming. You could just drop the bishop back to f2 preemptively. And if now knight c4, now knight d5 again works ahead. So it's like, Arjun, if he's very smart about this, understands the position well, he could really put a lot of pressure. Knight b6 wasn't the best idea in the position.
Absolutely. And I think it's a nice prophylactic move to play bishop f2, where you try to, prepare against the idea of knight c4. I love that idea because b3 is also good, but it's an unnecessary pawn move because maybe that could have consequences, 10 moves from now where black could play on the dark square. So it's not, if it's not necessary to push a pawn, don't push the pawn. So if I had a choice between b3 and bishop f2, I think bishop f2 strategically makes a lot more sense. Plus, I am also looking at a4, a5 ideas there, Sahil.
Oh, very interesting. To kick the knight back again. And if you come to c4, the knight would be trapped in some cases with no way to go back. So
exactly.
I think Hans Niemann 8 minutes behind on the position. He's struggling as well. He's had 2 great games. He somehow loses this. This could be like a very hard loss to handle for Hans Niemann.
100%. Because yesterday also he had good chances. On the first day also he had good chances, and losing this against Arjun. And Arjun always gets into those, targeted prep situations where he gets a great position out of the opening. Let's hope he can convert, this time, I think because, this looks like a very, very exciting game.
Okay, I'm going to jump back to the World Champions game now.
Let's do it.
So knight c4 is where we left it. Black finally castles, and this is where the real middle game begins. The strategy begins, and we'll see who is the strongest player on the day. Knight comes to e5, and Sahaj, you pointed out the Catalan bishop, right? The strong bishop on g2, looking all the way into the enemy camp. And now the c6 pawn is attacked twice. And there are so many ways to defend this. I feel like a couple of ways could be very, very wrong here. And what's the best way for black to hold on to that pawn?
No, I don't want to play c5. Because that drops the rook on a8.
Agreed.
Bishop d5 means that if I take on d5, then that pawn on d5 becomes isolated.
That's a clear target. Yeah.
That you're breaking your pawn structure. That cannot be good. What else is left? Bishop d7? Ooh. I mean, no ways.
No ways. Going back, no way, bishop d7. That bishop looks very nice, actually. Also, but
the a2 pawn is hanging.
Exactly. No? It keeps an eye on the a2 pawn. If you win that a2 pawn, I mean, why would have a nightmarish, task to kind of win that position from there? So what's the best move? It's not so clear, and you will not believe the engine says bishop c5. It's the best way to play this.
I saw this because I think your idea is knight c6, and there is a very cool tactic in the position. Please reveal it.
Yeah, so I think if anybody wants to take a guess in the chat or even here in the hall, we have almost a full house here. Any guesses here? What's the black's best move in the position?
Wow. Very nice. Very nice.
What's your name? Wow, great choice there.
Name? Sahil.
No, Sai Sardesh.
Sai Sardesh. I heard Sahil.
No.
Another Sahil in the
I can't play these moves, by the way. I can't play these moves. But amazing. Indeed. Queen
so Sai, I've got another question for you, okay? After black plays queen g3, I will go b4. What now? So I'm hitting your bishop and the f pawn is pinned. You cannot move your bishop. What do you do now? Wow, you are actually very close. Close, but there is a tactic there after bishop d5. You're very close.
Actually, bishop d5, there's this check. So you want
to... 97 check is there.
Yeah, you want to change the path to the goal.
It's very similar to what you're saying. It's actually bishop to h3 instead. And I think that's a big problem for white, no?
That's almost game over. Yeah, I think so. It's very, very tough. And of course, black is, really... And the king side is opening up. That's not a good sign for Gukesh anyway. So going back, I think this is the current position. So there is venom for both sides in the game. Let's see how black defends this. Bishop c5 could be the counter-attacking way of handling this position, and that pawn is basically poisoned.
Exactly. But if you play bishop c5, I mean, you are just hitting my pawn on g3. What if I just sidestep my king? Let's say I play king h2 or... Yeah, king h2 is good. And now the c6 pawn is once again hanging.
Yeah, and now maybe black can play one of the rooks to e8. And then suddenly the knight... and the queen, there could be some discover attack here, Sahaj. For example, rook e8 now. And if you do pick this up, bishop d7, knight attacked, queen attacked, and this could get very tricky.
Wait a second, queen f3, and you're just going to trade everything in the position, or what's happening?
Look at the bar. Look at the bar, Sahaj. The knight is actually trapped on c6. Yeah? Wow.
That is crazy. But these are some difficult moves to find, I would say, for Undraken, because generally when you attack something, your first instinct is to defend it. Well, bishop c5 is not an easy move, and the follow-up that you showed us with rook e8 and bishop d7, those are definitely not easy moves to play play over the board.
And that's why I think this opening choice is a good one by Gukesh, right? Because first of all, it's a solid choice for white. Like you don't have a particular weakness. Okay, bishop c5, it's a threat. I can sidestep with king h2. And you're basically playing a very calm position, hard to go wrong. And you also have these subtle threats. And it's very hard for Hendrickson to think, okay, I'm going to play bishop d5. It's a slight weakness. I'll accept it. I'll defend it. And then slowly but surely these pile up and then white gets a real chance in the position.
Exactly. If you play bishop d5, I think Gukesh is going to play this for a very long time. And I think this is not going to be an easy game for...
Yeah, we'll miss dinner tonight for sure.
Yeah,
if bishop d5 happens.
100%. And gladly, as long as, there is some venom in the game. But bishop c5, you said. So I cannot play rook e8 immediately in the position because white has knight takes c6 and the bishop on b4 would be hanging.
Yes.
In this sense.
You can play this on because there's bishop d5 now. And suddenly you're kind of stuck. You have to play queen b5 to defend the knight and attack the bishop. And the game just keeps going on. But of course, I don't want to sack the pawn for no reason. Like there's a simple solution, find it.
Absolutely. I think that's absolutely correct. But, after rook e8, knight c6, bishop d5, I don't know. I'm in the mood to make sacrifices.
Don't sack my queen, please.
I was thinking,
no.
Queen takes c8. I don't think it is black who's playing for a win here.
Queen takes c8, bishop g2.
Okay, bishop g2.
Wow.
I missed. Yeah, I thought rook e8 and bishop d5 is there, and okay, that you could play on as white. And maybe you can even press here with the white set, especially because you have the a pawn. But bishop g2 is a nice intermezzo.
And you know what the best move here is? Any guesses?
King g2.
Pawn to b4, allowing
queen takes g3.
Wow. Bishop g2 now, and apparently white is completely equal, Sahaj. So
this is still equal.
Your instinct was correct. Like the queen sack is possible. I don't know, Gukesh, maybe he doesn't go for it, but yeah, it was a possibility there. Wow.
Crazy chess everywhere. I mean, regardless of whether black goes for rook e8 or whether he goes for bishop c5, both of them are extremely dynamic moves, and this is perhaps why Dimitri is thinking in this position. Gukesh looks more or less comfortable, very stable, slight practical edge there.
By the way, we have to jump to the Nihal game because guess what just happened? E5 on the board by Firuzja, and the bar has kind of jumped up a bit in Nihal's favor. Look at Nihal locked in right now, his head in his hands, and now bishop has to drop back to g3. That's where it belongs, and then Firuzja should not put the pawn forward, otherwise it's game over.
Wow, e5. This is, maybe Nihal is thinking, but wait a second, did I calculate this correctly? There is no e4, right? In the position.
Maybe it's Oscar acting, oh, try miss e4. No, I can't see it. Oh, no.
Wait, he's going for the bishop. Some hesitation by Nihal there. Bishop g3 and bishop h2. Is there a difference?
I think not really.
Not really.
Bishop h3 is maybe slightly better because this doesn't come with check, right? So I might have an intermediate move somewhere. And also I have the option of going to h4 as well.
Yes.
So he does play bishop g3. That's the best move in the position. Now, do not play e4 Firuzja. Otherwise, you're going home.
Yep, bishop takes d6 and bishop takes e4 is just an extra pawn. So that would not be good. And he has made a move instantly. I think he has played a6 in this position, if I see the position correctly.
Yes.
Yep, it is a6. And now let's break in the center, e4.
Exactly. And Sahaj, after e4, the last thing you want to do is take. Because knight takes, bishop takes, and suddenly the white bishop is an absolute beast. I can take on c6, pick up e5. I have some mating ideas on the king side, and black looks in real trouble. The best move is actually f6, and that already highlights how tough this is.
Absolutely, and you can forget about castling here because that's going to be so dangerous on the king side. And in fact, ideas like queen d3, rook d1 are just so simple to play as well. I really like Nihal's chances. I think he should have a very healthy advantage here already, no?
Yeah, and I love this. And I think that, and we often talk about, one game does not decide the future. And at the end, that Bullet Chess Championship match, like if Nihal had not won that Sahaj, I feel like Firuzja would be a lot more confident. Like coming off that drubbing against Nihal, it must be affecting him psychologically a little bit, right? He remembers the past, what happened just a couple of weeks back.
Exactly. I don't think I have ever seen anything like that before. Not just to Firuzja, like ever, in that sense. So it definitely has some kind of an effect on both of these players. I remember even watching Nihal's interview afterwards, and he said this is one of his best achievements of defeating Firuzja twice in the finals and in the way that he did. So if he is able to beat him in classical as well, he would be extremely happy. Also, he would dethrone FIDE essentially, who's on a perfect score so far.
Yeah, all the players would be cheering for Nihal right now because Fuse is kind of running away with the event. And also, I think Nihal mentioned that, he didn't realize he had a 15-0 streak. If he had realized it, he would somehow jinx it and kind of lose it. So sometimes just kind of living in the moment, playing the best chess is the best strategy.
Absolutely. In pickleball, he's not like that though. In pickleball, he's always keeping score. He knows exactly how many points you have, and...
Yeah, it's 10-0, brother. 10-0.
Oh, by the way, Dimitri has played that move we were talking about, bishop to c5. So it is the best move in the position. And now if we go knight takes e6, then we have sized move, queen takes g3 and bishop h3. Those types of ideas are definitely possible.
I accidentally clicked on the Noderbek, game first, and there was a blue arrow there.
Oh, let's go. So
rook takes c4 is the only move for the Sattar of Noderbek, and we talked about how hard it is to open up the queen side and launch files towards the white king. He found a way. And going back, this is where rook h1. In fact, that's the Indians' first preference. So Pranesh is playing perfect chess, 99.4% accuracy, and still Noderbek has a chance to attack.
Not just a chance, that's the only move, and he does it.
Wow. Beautiful move, man. Exchange sacrifice. Levy somewhere smiling in the world. I don't know.
Yep. Rook takes c4, sacrifice the rook indeed. And if you go pawn takes c4, I believe you just play on the fact that your queen side pawn structure is weak and your king is just weak as a result of it. And has he brought the other rook to c8 as well?
No, right now I think we don't even have the move from white.
Oh, there it is on the board.
Yeah, and wow, so
split rook c8 as well.
Usually, when you sack in exchange, you have instant counterplay coming in. And there's a clear path to, kind of showing how, that exchange doesn't matter. Here, black calmly plays rook c8. And if queen d4, for example, often queen a6, no stress. And slowly but surely he understands that, white's attack has now vanished. He has to already start defending on the king side. So basically, there is no pressure on the black king. Of course, there are some chances here with the queen and the bishop battery there. But overall, what a strategic strike from Noderbek, and this is going to spice up the game drastically.
Absolutely. And I feel this is very similar to the dragon, very famous dragon, rook takes c3 sacrifice. I'm sure some of you will know what I'm talking about there. And also black has the dragon structure as well, h6, g6, h7, g6, and the dragon structure on the king side. And very similar structure there. The only difference is the fianchetto bishop is not on g7. It's currently on h6. And white has, of course, fianchetto on b2. So slight difference, but the principle is more or less still the same. Yeah. Now, if you ask me which position, which side do I like more, I think it is Noderbek who has more attacking chances here for sure.
The problem, I think, is the c4 pawn.
Yeah.
And once black captures this, suddenly the a4 pawn becomes weak. You could be looking at rook takes c3 sacrifices because this knight is also pinned. And suddenly the knight on b4, the queen on b6. These pieces look dangerous. I've not even talked about these amazing bishops right now. So every black piece participating in the attack, we have a move from white. What has he played, Sahaj? Queen d4 play.
Yep, your move once again on the board, offering the trade of queens. And of course, Noderbek is going to say no there because he has just sacrificed an exchange and you do not go into the end game with when you're down in material. So queen a6, queen c7, I think such moves are quite logical. I'm leaning more towards queen a6 because I want to capture that pawn on c4 with my rook. And maybe you can have knight b5. Is that possible? I feel like I have to really be very careful with every move I say here because one mistake and you could just be lost.
I think I like that move because of two reasons. Number one, I think I don't see another way of defending that pawn.
Exactly.
It's kind of forced. And second, I also open up my bishop, right? So now, for example, if this knight were to go on an adventure somewhere, it's just mate in one. Like that's the end of the game and we go home. So I think I love that move, knight b5, kind of restricts the black queen as well. It has limited. Where does the black queen go now? I just don't see a square, yeah?
It's funny that you mentioned this because when I was calculating this position after knight b5, I was thinking that black has this potential option to go knight takes c4 and knight takes c2. Because then you have bishop f5 and the queen could be trapped on that diagonal.
Yeah.
I was thinking, okay, maybe this is a tactical possibility, in the position. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But knight takes e4 is not even possible. Queen h8 is mate.
Yeah, and keep in mind the bishop is not on g7. If it was, you could have seen knight h5 or knight e8 ideas. But right now, that knight cannot move regardless of what happens. So, and the good news for Pranesh is he's still 13 minutes up on the clock, number one. Number two, he's not even seated at the board. So that tells me he's seen this before, Sahaj. He's seen this before. He understands the position well. So Nodebek will not have an easy task attacking here with the black pieces.
Absolutely. But I think this is exactly what he goes for, these complications, those imbalances, and then he, switches on at the right moment. So Pranesh does have to be careful. I think in this position, it does not look easy to play from either side. So far, I think there are no games in this position, I believe, right? There's no games of rook takes c4 whatsoever, even though both sides have played the best moves.
Yeah, and also I think talking about other games, maybe not in this position, we should jump to the game of Arjun Erigaisi because he seems to have an edge somehow. And this is where we left it last, right? F5, bishop e3 and knight b6 was the choice by Hans Niemann. Now queen c2, connecting the rooks, very logical. Bishop e6, black has developed all his pieces now. Now comes rook d1. And you have to keep in mind, this pin could be a nuisance for black. So knight c4, that was another minor inaccuracy by Hans Niemann. The bishop calmly drops back, Sahaj. And now e4 is in the air. Comes queen a5. And although I like the black pieces, they look nice. I feel like they could get kicked back one by one.
I'm really wondering why a move like knight c4 could be bad. Now, of course, in terms of chess strategy, I can understand. We said this a lot. Threat is better than execution. So the threat of knight c4 is perhaps more dangerous than actually playing knight c4. But I think there is another reason for why knight c4 is a mistake. I think this allows white to go knight a4. Because that square was being controlled by the knight earlier. And then after you play knight a4, you can kick the knight with b3 and take control of the c5 square. Could that be an answer in this position?
Definitely, knight a4 does look tempting. Maybe even if not in this position at some point. And b3...
Really, it's not good now?
Yeah, maybe there's rook a c8. And if you play b3, there is knight a3 and you gain that tempo, right, on the queen. So, but definitely an option in the air because if I do control c5, let's say queen was not there, even bishop c5 takes, as you mentioned, the dark squares are very, very important.
Yeah, if the queen was not there, I'm happy to, play knight c5 straight away and take away your good bishop. Because I think for Arjun, if he manages to exchange the dark bishop for black, I think this is already a win.
Yeah, true. I think white has
close to a winning
position. Most of the spawns on dark squares. That means the bishop has limited flexibility in attacking. So it's kind of the bad bishop on paper, if we can call it. And you exchange it with the black's good bishop because all his spawns are on light squares. So this bishop has a lot of flexibility. So meanwhile, Arjun up 20 minutes on the clock, up on the position after 15 moves. Things looking great for the India number one and Hans Niemann under pressure for the first time at Chennai Grandmasters.
Absolutely. And speaking of pressure, I think both Arjun and I think both Nihal have a very good position straight out of the opening. We already saw this position with e4 and wow, perfect time. Oh wait, that was on the Hans board.
Wait, he played b3 actually, I think, right? Because I saw knight a3 on the board. So unless Hans has played knight a3 here, I think we saw b3 from Arjun.
I'm trying to take a look at the board. I don't see the knight on c4. So I think b3 and knight a3 was played. Was that an inaccuracy by Arjun or do you think?
I think the best move was e3, which to me makes no sense.
No sense. Okay, come on. Who's going to play e3 there? Because your bishop on f2 is blocked forever.
Exactly. I don't like that move. So I think b3 maybe looks a bit more logical as well. Practical at least. And even if the knight comes to a3, I can put the queen on b2. And again, like this knight is looking great, but it's actually not doing much. I'm going to play rook c1 next. And again, white is looking decent to me.
Exactly. This is what we call a superfluous piece, more or less. I mean, to be honest, that knight on a3 doesn't even look good. It looks really out of place. But, generally a superfluous piece is the one that looks good but does not do much. I think in the knight on a3 has some purpose. At least it puts pressure on white's camp. It in terms of space, you cannot push your queenside pawns anymore. But it also leaves some room for tempos for white. So for example, if I go rook c1, let's say a very calm looking move, right? At some point, I'm going to go knight a4. At some point, I'm going to go knight c5. And then you're going to be forced to move that knight, losing a tempo. That knight is a bit too far ahead, I think, in white's camp.
And where is the knight going next? I mean, the only square available is b5. And then what's the next square? There's no d4 available. There's no d6 available. Knight c7, I mean, that's an embarrassment, to be honest. So I think this knight is going to stay here for a while. And if it's forced to move, that's again going to waste a bunch of moves for Hans Niemann. So right now, Arjun in the driver's seat. Now, as you mentioned, Nihal also has a good opportunity to play e4, and he has played e4 on the board. And now Firouzja is supposed to play pawn to d4. If he does take, we already saw that's going to be a tough position to handle. He's not even castled yet, and the position is opening up.
Exactly. And what happens if I play d4? I think you're going to go knight d5.
Yes.
Knight d5, yeah? Oh, then now we see the advantage of keeping the bishop on g3 and not h2. So you were right. Bishop h4 pins that knight on f6 and creates a whole world of problems for the French number one.
Exactly. And if this is forced somehow at some point, then your king side will never be safe. And if you do take on d5, which is not an option because now the knight is attacked. And if you move the knight, then the e5 pawn crumbles, rook e1 next, and you can bottle and resign here already.
Absolutely. And by the way, I think we do have e4 and d4 and knight d5 on the board. And I just saw Firouzja castling. So we have that exact same position. I don't think it's updated there, so we can have it, on the board anyways. That's a very big advantage for Nihal.
This looks very nice. This looks very nice. These pawns, first of all, the bishop is now a bad piece. The knight has been, thinking about jumping to these squares, doesn't have the d4 square anymore. At some point, I think, of course, I'm going to prevent knight b4 as well. Bishop h4 does look tempting. Rook e1 looks tempting. Queen e2 looks tempting. A bunch of very obvious moves for white. What are the next 5 moves for black? Not so clear.
I think bishop e6 perhaps, because I really don't like your knight sitting on that outpost on d5. But I have to think 5 times before I take that knight on d5. And yes, the threat of bishop h4 is just so dangerous in this position. Let's go bishop e7 maybe just to, not have a pin. What do you do now?
I mean, I get the bishop pair at the very least, and I still have the pin. And now, I don't know, maybe knight h2, knight g4.
Fisher's idea, yeah? Bobby's idea. We have knight h2, knight g4, which is usually employed in the Spanish. We didn't get to see a Spanish in this round. We've been seeing it, throughout this event. But knight h2 is a nice move with ideas of knight g4 and f4.
Agreed. And I think f4 in the air always the rook will come into the game. So I think right now, and only look at the clock for Firouzja, 53 minutes. Versus 1 hour and 20 minutes. So almost a 30-minute difference on the clock after move number 10 for the tournament leader.
Wow. That's actually, I think, great news, I would say.
Look at Nihal's pose. Yeah. I mean, I wish I could do commentary in that pose. What a confident posture there by Nihal.
I feel that Firouzja, whenever he gets lower on the clock, he becomes more dangerous. But same can be said for Nihal.
Yeah.
Except when you're playing against Nihal, because that's also, a bullet world champion right there in front of you. So,
if Nihal wins, I think everybody should start playing pickleball then. I think we'll have Gukesh, Arjun, everybody playing pickleball. But right now, I think Firouzja under pressure, I think it's far from over. Yeah, I think we're talking about mistakes from black, but Firouzja will be very cautious. He's the only one who's won 2 games, and he's kind of fought very well. So he will not make it easy for Nihal Sareen, and he will, I think, in fact, has played d4, knight d5, I think, and he has castled as well.
I think he's thinking at this moment after short castle. So we were looking at some knight h2 ideas, yeah, in the later part of the game. So right now it's time to, connect your rooks. Your development is never complete until the rooks are connected. So queen e2 makes a lot of sense. Queen d2 maybe makes a lot of sense too, but queen e2 I think is just instinctively feels right.
Yeah.
And you're eyeing down the e5 pawn there. And if you go bishop e6, then we looked at bishop h4. It doesn't feel like a very difficult move. Maybe the difficult decision is that after bishop e7, you have to basically trade off your best piece in the position. Now, the knight on d5 is the most active. It's an outpost on the center of the board. It's not an easy decision to capture on e7. You might be considering bishop f6 instead. You might be considering knight f6 instead. But I think you have to move the knight, right?
Yes,
more or less.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a move here. I think once you reach this position, I think knight e7 comes naturally. But when I'm looking at it from afar, maybe I think, I don't want to give up the knight on d5. So maybe Nihal will consider other options. But I think it seems to be pretty smooth sailing for.
So why can't I go bishop h4 now, like instead of queen e2? So bishop h4, bishop e7. If I have decided that I have to, trade this knight anyway, so why can't I do it right now? Takes, and I don't know, knight h2. Let's play.
I think you actually can. I think it's not a bad deal at all. Maybe in kind of bringing this bishop out to e6, that kind of, blocks the queen's defense of the e5 pawn.
F4 and e5 is more logical.
Yeah.
Oh, great point there. Because if the bishop is on e6, it blocks the queen's view whenever you push e5. Maybe you can show it on the screen as well. Like knight h2, if you play in this position, your idea is to play f4.
Yeah.
And if we have the same position with black's bishop on e6 and white's queen on e2, that queen's view is blocked on the e5 square. That's a very interesting nuance, I think. Very important nuance in the position that Nihal should clarify.
Yep. And I think we'll have the live moves very soon. But meanwhile, I think let's jump to the game of the world champion here. After knight to e5, bishop c5, no moves by Gukesh. He's been thinking for a long time. He's of course considering king h2. That's the obvious move. In bullet chess, blitz chess, you would have played this instantly. What other options does he have, Sahaj, instead of king h2?
I was thinking king h1 maybe, but that's kind of does the same thing.
Same, yeah.
It's kind of the same because you want to really look at that pawn on g3 and make sure that is not falling. Maybe knight d3 is another choice because I was trying to be clever there, because if you take on g3, I take on c5, but I see bishop c4 is a big problem.
Yeah, bishop d4 actually. Yeah, this
bishop
is
c4 also, no? Like you just take the knight on d3 and
that's a good one as well.
I mean, probably both of them in that sense, but
okay, he doesn't want these opposite color bishop endgames. Yeah, so he's going to avoid this like the plague. So I think as of now, he's considering king h2 for sure. Any other move that comes to mind? Not really, because you have to defend this pawn. Rook f8 is incoming as well, and that's a tactical nightmare for white.
Oh, wait. Did he just take the pawn on c6?
No way.
No, wait. I think I'm not... Wait, what?
I don't see the king on h2 for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was checking as well. Did he just take the pawn on c6?
Can we go full screen for a second? Looks interesting. What has he played?
Sai, our position. The world champion just played knight takes e6, queen g3. It's on the board.
Wow.
I don't know if this is good or not.
Yes, he has played knight takes c6. Wow.
Is that good or no?
I think only time will tell, Sahaj. But I feel like Gukesh, the reason he played this is he couldn't find, complications in any other variation. He thought I have two options. Either I go for something simple and the game ends in a draw and we go home in the next 15 minutes, or I go for this. I'm taking some undue risk, but maybe it's complicated enough that I can outplay Andrekin. But this is a big gamble.
That's a good point, Sahil, but I think he missed rook c8. There is b4, queen g3.
Okay, now queen g3.
Yes.
b4.
Queen g3, b4, bishop h3.
Bishop h3. Queen f3 now.
Queen g2.
Takes, and takes.
And now rook c8.
That's a dead draw.
The move.
Ooh, that's a dead draw.
Because if you don't play rook c8, I have a4 and b5.
Yeah, if bishop d6, for example, then rook fd1 gains another tempo, and this is just better for white.
Did he miss rook c8?
No, I think he just went for it anyways. He thinks if black finds rook c8 well enough, he found rook c8, it's equal.
But this is a draw.
Yeah, I think maybe he went for this. He thinks that, okay, there's only one path for black for a draw. If he finds it, great. If he doesn't find it, I win.
I think he missed rook c8 side. I don't think you will allow, because why would you allow queen g3 otherwise, right? Because your pawn structure is getting broken. You're going straight into the endgame. You're playing with the white pieces. You had your opening, on the board as well. See, I think Andrekin is a bit surprised there as well.
And Andrekin
there must be something we're missing.
And he found a crazy, defense against, if you remember, against, I think it was Arjun, where he drew that endgame, or rook down. So he's definitely one guy who's going to find this. And by the way, we already have a move from Andrekin, and he's captured the pawn on g3 very, very quickly.
By the way, we do have some very interesting news coming in. India has a 99th Grandmaster. Rathanwell VS. Let's have a round of applause, everyone.
One away from a century.
Just one away. Who's going to make it 100? Triple digits incoming. Huge congratulations to Rathanwell. And he's from Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu, not a surprise. And I think so many GMs from the state, but overall one away. So who's going to be the 100th? That's a lucky number, yeah?
That's,
bragging rights for life.
I think India gets bragging rights for life. We're just one step, closer to that, to making it a triple digit number. But wow, I think in the last 2 weeks itself, we had like 3 or 4 grandmasters, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. I think we were stuck at 96 for some time, and then we had 3 in a row. So that is crazy, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I've played Rathanwell many times. He's a very strong player.
Very strong player. And meanwhile, talking about strong players, we have two in front of us on the screen. And I love how Andrekin very quickly played queen takes g3. He's seen all this. And now b4 is what we are looking at, attacking the bishop. If the bishop goes back, you lose the queen. So you have to play this move, bishop h3. Basically, he's hitting mate in one. If you pick up the bishop, then goodbye to your king. So white has to find an only move, queen f3. Everything gets traded off, Sahaj. And now, of course, rook fc8, the move you mentioned. We head off into a rook endgame. And this one, I mean...
No, this is a draw.
Three pawns with 3 pawns, dead draw.
I mean, this is just a dead draw. There is... I think he missed rook c8. I really think he missed rook c8. I think Andrekin maybe is trying to recheck those variations. And this game could be over literally in the next 10 minutes if we get into that rook ending. So, Sahil, my question is there any other way that Gukesh could try to complicate the position? Maybe there is rook c1, but then there's bishop h3.
The problem is, black is threatening bishop h3, black is threatening queen h4, black is threatening so much stuff. Bishop d5, of course, in some variations as well. That if you don't do anything, you could just lose this in one move or two moves, yeah? So white, I think, is kind of forced to enter this. Like, what other move that comes to mind? I don't see a single one here which is risk-free.
Okay, I have an idea. Maybe you can go queen... no. I was thinking queen h5, bishop h3 and queen g5.
See, queen h4, queen f4 and black is now winning.
I was thinking about the fact that why do I even have to play bishop? Because in my head, when I played b4, bishop h3 was a forcing move, right?
Yeah.
But when you play queen h5, you're not threatening anything. So you don't have to play a forcing move anymore.
Yeah, and everything is pinned. The bishop is pinned, the pawn is pinned. So this is a nightmare for white if he doesn't kind of neutralize here. If anything, I think Gukesh has to be more careful than Andrekin here.
Wow. I think that's a surprise. And I think that's a miss by the world champion. That's a miss for sure. So I think we're going to see, I think provided that he takes on g3, there is no other move than taking on g3, right?
Yeah. So that
is pretty much no other move. And yeah, I think we might just see a draw.
That means Gukesh, I think, would be on 1 point, and his game might be the first one to finish today on day number 3 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters.
Yep, absolutely. And Gukesh, Gukesh's game, finishing first is like, it's such a surprise because usually he's the guy who plays the longest always. He's known for, stretching the games for as long as possible. So another idea I have is queen f3, but I just see you can just take on h4. Yeah, there is no point of this.
And then now suddenly...
I'm trying to complicate the position. Maybe, there is a way that, that complicates and... But I think it's b4 and I think he just missed rook f c8 is possible.
I'm going to show you a move, by the way. Knight e5, let's say. Rook to a4.
Oh my God. Yeah,
and this is where I think that resign button looks very tempting. So I think going back, Gukesh should not risk this too much. I think this is enough risk. And I think the game is dead even, by the way. b4 would be the move here that Gukesh should find out. In fact, I see it on the board, Sahaj. Can we go full screen for a moment? I don't see it on the board, but I do see it on the camera.
Yes,
he has played b4. Wow.
Wait. So we are going to see that endgame. Bishop h3 is forced and everything is forced there. So taking, playing queen f3, black taking on 2. You know what I think? I think after bishop h3 and queen f3 in this position, I think Gukesh thought that he could go queen takes f3, not queen takes g2. Like he could take the queen instead of the bishop. I think we'll have the board set up for you very, very soon.
Yeah, okay, we don't have the current moves, but okay, knight c6, queen g3, and b4.
Yeah, bishop h3 was played. Oh, it's already played. I think maybe Gukesh thought after queen f3, Dimitri can go queen takes queen, and then bishop takes rook. Where I think the position is a bit more complicated. But I think this queen g2 stuff he completely overlooked. Or maybe he just missed rook f8 like we mentioned earlier.
That's a good, that is a possibility for sure.
Oh, wait, he goes queen wait, what? He played queen e4. He didn't play queen f.
What? Okay, it doesn't change much, but
so it wasn't queen f3, queen f3. But queen e4 is less...
Forcing, yeah?
Forcing. And when you have a queen, bishop and, so many pieces close to it, you want to make as many forcing moves as possible because, if you give your opponent flexibility here, it's not a good idea.
Yeah,
and this basically gives black an extra choice of playing rook e8, for example.
Rook e8. Okay, you can actually take the bishop.
Oh, it's a
now.
good thing. It's a good thing. Let's go. Now we
switched
understand
from back to
Gukesh's
good very
idea.
quickly, but I get it. But I think okay. I mean, it's not going to change anything. Yeah. In terms of black still knows what to do. Just take everything on g2, and it's going to be completely even Steven. And wow, so a quick result in the World Champions game, and he's still not getting his first win after 3 rounds.
Yeah. Yep. I think this one is, I think, a bit of a surprise. Okay, but I think mistakes like that happen. I think it was just an oversight at the end of the day.
Yep.
Maybe Andrekin is thinking about stakes. If you can have queen g. Okay, I think we'll have the board now set up.
Yep. Knight c6, queen g3, b4, and now bishop h3, and then queen to e4 is the live position. So very interesting. Gukesh now, I think, about to potentially, accept the draw. Let's see how that works out. And Rekin is thinking whether he has an alternative, but he doesn't. So both players kind of stuck. And you can see it from the body language as well. Yeah, it feels like someone in a draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Sahaj, I think this is going to be the first result. Before we take our first break for today, just want to get your perspective on the Arjun game. I think this is where we left b3, knight a3 is what we saw. If you can have the Arjun camera as well briefly, are you expecting a result in this game between these two players?
I think yes, he's also played queen b2, and I think we have a couple of more. Yes, I'm 100% expecting a result here. I mean, both Nihal and Arjun, I think, have a great position straight out of the opening. And I think they should. I mean, this is exactly what you expect, right? You have an advantage, like from the white side. You prepare something, and then you try to press as much as possible. So I think Arjun and Nihal, both of them having good chances to win today. I think we'll see how the game goes.
So all the 4 Indians having white pieces today. So far, I think Gukesh probably close to a draw. 2 of the Indians, Arjun and Nihal, pushing against their opponents, Hans Niemann and Firuzja. Of course, Pranesh Nodbek, an exciting exchange sacrifice as well. So 4 exciting games. We're going to take a very, very short break. On the other side, the first result and some exciting chess. See you soon. And we are back after that not so short break, but the action does not stop at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. And I have two close friends here and co-hosts with me. First of all, Rakesh bhai, welcome to the stream. And also Srinath, welcome to the stream.
Let's go. Exciting day coming up. Day 3 on a beautiful Saturday here. And let's jump in to Gukesh's board because you and Sahaj were analyzing that. And it still feels, quite a difficult position, Shri.
Yeah, it feels quite disappointing if you're supporting white in this game. Yeah, it seems like every piece is about to get traded.
Yeah.
And going towards something where it's very difficult for white to hope for anything.
Yeah.
And if at all anyone can try, maybe it can be black after all the trades.
Agreed. I think if you can go full screen, I think these simplifications have already occurred on the board actually. I can see that pawn on b6, exactly the endgame we expected. So the likely moves transpired was something like this, I think, by both the players. I see that, I think this rook c8, bc5, rook c6, but I don't see a rook on c6. That's the mystery.
CB6, rook g6 check.
So he did not take the pawn on b6.
Yeah. Check and king h3 is like my visual skills. That's what is studying. And now he may pick up the pawn. No.
What? Oh, that's
Check.
a daring, interesting move, right? Because it's like this pawn is just hanging. He's not grabbing it, Sri.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can keep giving checks, you can always take the pawn whenever you like. And I guess he's trying to maximize his position as much as possible with the rooks before he ends up taking the pawn. I'm just curious at this point how ambitious black is even looking to be. But after king h2, I think the time has come for black to finally take. Oh, but wait, he can stall for one more move. He can play rook a4.
Oh, that's a tricky one, Rakesh. Yeah, because
Sahil bhai, I want a new queen. What if I go b7?
then black will just wait for a move, give you h6, so that you can queen with check and win the game. But not really, and that's a deadly trap because you might push the pawn. You will be one move away from queening, but rook takes h4 is a checkmate. And Shri, who needs queen for an attack? Nobody.
Exactly.
Wow. So Andrekin really making it tough, and right now he's sipping on coffee or something there. So this is the current position. King h2 has been played by the world champion. And would you agree that maybe Gukesh still not satisfied with the kind of position he's kind of got from the opening, here?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not satisfied. He's definitely not happy with how things have turned out. I think you can see that both from the position as well as his body language. He doesn't seem that enthusiastic. And for black, I'm just thinking he's probably trying to find the fastest, the most efficient way to close out the game, to make a draw. So he can go back and have more cups of coffee.
Wow, cups of coffee. I think I can also have a couple there. But Rakesh, meanwhile, I think if this game ends in a draw, which is likely will, Gukesh will be maybe at the bottom of standings with 1 out of 3. So that's not the kind of dream start he would have hoped for on his home ground. And also, this is not a 9-round event, 7 rounds. That's almost half the event gone, yeah?
Yeah, and plus it's with 2 white games. And with 7 rounds in total, the 4 whites and 3 blacks matter a lot. But not the best start for the world champion, playing for the first time in his own city as the world champion, but not the best of starts there.
Yeah, what's also been worrying is even with this 1 point out of 3, he's not even had a chance to try and win. In the first game, he was defending. The second game, he was defending. And there's the third game where he has absolutely no chances to win the game or pretend to win.
So maybe if he does play rook a4, Shri, as you mentioned that this is mating threat, maybe this is the repetition itself. King h3, rook a3, king h2, rook a4, and draw.
Yeah, exactly. I that's what I imagine that Dimitri might be thinking. That whether he wants to, take rook b6 and let the game go on for a while. Where maybe white then has an outside passer. He puts one of the rooks on the second rank, with something like rook e1, threatening both bank rank, checkmate, and to protect the a2 pawn. And then he has an outside passer, and maybe he can just push for a few more moves. Although even that, since white's pawns are so disconnected, so disunited, it's going to be very difficult for white to keep the game going. It looks actually risky for white to keep the game going.
Yeah, these pawns remind me of something we discussed about yesterday night, Shri. I think that, but okay, anyways. And rook e1, the move you mentioned, look at the bar top. It's -2, Rakesh. So there is potential for Gukesh to actually go wrong, horribly wrong here.
100%. It's just a simple move threatening a checkmate in one. And that is why Gukesh has to be careful. And, Andreikin has a simple move like Rook A4 in the live position or just chop off the pawn. And he's thinking, I've sealed the draw. But now is my time to put some pressure on the world champion and see if he can defend this potential 3 versus 2 pawns on the right side of the board.
I have to get your predictions here. Okay, 100 games between Gukesh and Andreikin from this position, same time, same place. How many end in a draw? Shri?
I think 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're confident. Okay, Rakesh?
I think 99.
Yeah, that would be my take as well. This is one odd game where, Gukesh somehow makes a mistake. Because that rook e1 move, Sri, that you mentioned looks so natural. And then suddenly h5 and black is better. So I feel like these rooks are very active. But of course, depends. Does he grab the pawn now? Does he kind of, play rook a4, threaten the checkmate? And also the question is, let's say for any chance, the a2 pawn falls, Sri. Mm-hmm. Let's say you are left with these 2 pawns versus these 3. Is that a draw or is
Maybe
that
we can show that also on the board?
It's very tricky. I don't think it's a straightforward draw with the pawns disconnected. I think it is very tricky and it can get nasty.
Wait, that was a rook g6. Okay, let's just kind of go for this endgame now, right? Yeah. So let's say I play rook e1, you pick up this pawn. I take just to kind of highlight what the position is here. Let's say rook d1 now.
Yeah.
And
so black plays something like h5.
Yeah, fix this pawn as well. And maybe it's a draw, but Gukesh has to defend for a while.
Yeah, he has to defend for a while. Put the king on g3, pawn on f3. And then wait for black to break with g5. Otherwise, just keep the position static.
Yeah. And looking at the body language, and just look at Gukesh there, everyone. He's not thinking of any move at the board. He's just thinking, where did I go wrong or what could I have done better?
Yeah.
One opening idea which didn't work. And it's clearly he's thinking in the past and not in the present.
Absolutely, I think right now the board, he knows it's a draw. He's likely going to hold. He's thinking, where did I go wrong? Was it my opening prep? Was it some idea that I missed in the middle game? And I think that's always the thought in your mind when you're kind of struggling to kind of get that first. That momentum is very important. So you get your first win, like Firuzaya, won the first game, won the second one, and that gives you a lot of momentum.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you.
Now Andreikin with his body language, right? He's leaning towards the board. You can see he's kind of considering all his options, and rook a4 is definitely one of those options. Andreikin, by the way, has played great chess. Yeah. We've not seen him at the top level, Sri, for a while, but so far 2 comfortable draws, including one against Arjun with the black pieces. He's kind of stating a point that I'm very, very solid, and if you do give me an opportunity, I can also push.
Yeah, absolutely. He's such a great player, a former candidate, and it's a refreshing approach from him. I spoke to him before the tournament, and he was talking about how it's going to be a new experience for him, kind of similar to when he was completely when he was much younger, and he was facing people like Vishy and all the other giants of that time. And he felt that it's going to be a similar challenge for him this time, but he's adapted to it beautifully. And it's clear that his strength is consistently about 2700.
Yeah, indeed. And chat, we'll check out the other games as well. There's some, a couple of moves. We are lacking by a couple of moves in transmission. So want to stick to this one. And also we might have a result very soon as well. And the World Champions games do matter a lot. By the way, 2712 is Gukesh's live rating. Rakesh, if you had to take a guess, what would be his live rating at the end of Chennai Grandmasters? What would be your prediction?
I think your guess is as good as mine, but somewhere around 2715, I'm guessing.
Rook a4 played. So there's a mate in one threat. So let's be careful.
It. And white offers repetition immediately, instantly.
Wow.
So it's on black's turn to choose whether he wants to keep the game going or to make an immediate draw.
Okay, tough choice for Andreikin. A draw against a world champion is everybody's dream, of course. Okay, Sri, what do you think Andreikin does? Does he repeat, yes or no?
I think no.
No, he plays on. Rakesh.
I think, and he should play on. There's like 0% chance of black losing this one. So might as well go for it.
I agree with you guys. I think his body language is not showing signs of, accepting the end of the game just yet. Yeah.
Exactly.
So Rook B6 would be the move. And as we discussed, if Rook to E1, you can see the bar take that dive, yeah, that plunge with pawn to H5, giving the king one square to, H7 to escape. And now the rooks come in with Rook B4 incoming, Rook B2 incoming. And it looks like white's pawns are, tasty and black is going to eat them all.
He's going to munch on that. If you go back to that Rook E1 move side, this is a move, a hand move that kind of Ding made when he lost game 14 against Gukesh and the World Championship. So it's just a simple move. You think, okay, I'm threatening checkmate in one, I don't need to worry. And that's when disaster strikes.
Absolutely. And these are the kind of moves you make when you lose objectivity, right? You try to win at any cost. You try to keep the game going. It's very clear that you cannot let two of black's rooks stay in the game. The two of them, when they come together, let's say they double up on the 4th rank like that, you're not going to be able to save or defend the pawn. So you need to absolutely try and trade at least one of those rooks. And I think that is the only move for white to be able to save the game if black takes rook into b6.
Agreed. And Enrique having those, having that final think actually before he shows us his move, I think that pawn will be captured. And of course, Rakesh and Shri, we're going to have the Olympiad soon. Gukesh will be playing it, I think. You'll also be there, Shri, I think, at the Olympiad, right?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. It's good.
Chad is asking Shri, what's India's board order?
Okay, now you switch to the cameras, I think. So this cannot be revealed.
But I wish I knew the board order.
Yeah, but Shri, I mean, it's also nice to see, the Indian fans taking so much interest and build up to the Olympiad, because let's say 5 or 6 years ago, this was not the case.
Absolutely. I think we've always been super excited about the Olympiad as a tournament, as a nation. But the number of people interested have kept getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And I think there's more to look forward to, right? We have been absolutely smashing in the team tournament since 2020. We won a gold, we got a bronze, which was disappointing. We got another bronze in 2022, which was again disappointing, and a gold in 2024. So that's 2 golds and 2 bronzes in just the last 4 years.
Yeah, that's true. And I think every player has contributed to that journey, right? I mean, everybody. We have Gukesh becoming the world champion, Arjun, India #1 consistently, also those medals at the World Rapid and Blades. We have Prague, who won Norway chess, and I'm missing out on 10 accomplishments there in the women's section as well. Divya winning the World Cup, Vaishali winning the candidates. Everybody has contributed to this journey in the last 2 to 4 years.
Yeah, if you want to support a team that consistently wins, I think the Indian chess is a pretty good team to support.
Yeah, I think our team has great unity, and that's why they won the Olympiad. And right now, King H3 is the move we are waiting for. Rakesh, I think still no hints by Enrique on what he's going to do. Is he going to repeat or no?
No, but I think just the fact that he's thinking such a long time hints towards him continuing, because if he wants to make a draw, he can do it immediately. And then once you start thinking for such a long time, and then you start feeling like, what was the point of doing all that if I wanted to make a draw? So there is a sunk cost anyhow.
Yeah, okay. He moved his hand, but still not has still not played.
And we have, a couple of players here from that Olympiad team who are going to be playing at least. And more importantly, we also have India's chess coach, India's chess captain here. So big shout out, and I would like you if you could have a round of applause for Grandmaster Narayan Srinath here.
Thank you so much.
Shri, how was it being part of that team when they won a double gold last time? What was the atmosphere like in the camp?
No, that was the dream actually, because you always have a little bit of anxiety, right? No matter how good a team is, no matter how good a player is, you always have a bit of anxiety. There is a bit of an uncertainty whether you will win or not. But the 2024 Budapest Olympiad was the one time where I could just go, chill, and be absolutely sure that we are going to be winning no matter what. It has never happened before or after.
Yeah, and as Andreikin throws in another check, king to h2 will be played when Guki returns to the board.
So does that mean he's accepting the draw?
It seems so, yeah.
He might take also, right? After king h2.
He can repeat once, the Russian school of chess. As we
He's
know
just
it.
gone to he refill his coffee, I think.
That's a smart move as well.
And Shri, I think I've heard this, right? So people often repeat the position once to basically let the opponent's guard down. That, okay, you have the draw, brother, you have it now. And that's when they kind of twist the game again. And then the opponent is suddenly forced to come back and start thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the reasons. Also, you let the opponent know that I'm the one dictating. It's my initiative. I'm going to be directing how the game goes. And also, where there is 2 time controls after 40 moves, when you get an additional time, it also helps the winning side have more time. So there's a bit of a practical aspect to it as well. But most importantly, the psychological aspect. Chess is very psychological. It's 1 versus 1. And there's so much of a psychological component. And there's also a bit of a understanding on who is superior. An unspoken understanding during the game. And to establish that you are the stronger opponent, I think plays a major role in how the game goes. Because now suddenly your opponent is second guessing all their thoughts.
Yeah.
And everything you do seems larger. Every threat seems larger than what they are.
Exactly. Threat is stronger than the execution. And Shri, I think we can see the beautiful playing hall there. Arjun catching up on his 10K steps. By the way, he walks a lot during games. Is that like a conscious decision? I'm going to, make sure, I get those 10K steps. Like, or is it just natural, comes natural to him?
I think it is both a bit conscious and something a bit natural. I've seen Arjun consciously deciding not to walk during the games. And I remember it didn't work well for him. And walking also activates your brain, right? It helps. Like imagine you're stuck with something. And when you walk, it activates your brains and suddenly you find solutions to problems. So I think it helps a lot to do that when your opponent is thinking.
And Rakesh, only in chess, you can have a chess game live. Both the players not there. Imagine like a FIFA World Cup final. All the Argentina players and the Spain players not on the on the field. So I think only in chess you can have this scene and still kind of make sense of what's happening because we have the chessboard there.
Exactly. It's something we saw in the World Chess Championship in 2021 when both players were away from the board for a long period of time. But yeah, I think this game is up to Enrique to decide. And chat here, we are not getting in the moves yet, so that's why we are sticking to this one. But maybe you want to do something that we did for this board, like manually try to predict with the cameras.
We can try.
Yeah,
let's try on one of those boards.
Yeah, I think we try. We'll have to come back to this one. That's the tough part, Rakesh, to come back to this one and then again do the moves.
We have the moves, right?
But they will vanish, I think, once I switch the board. But we can check out one game, I think. I think we can check out Nihal maybe because it's been a while.
Let's try.
So Nihal Sareen.
I just saw moves were in for...
No. It was this, the flip board.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, so this is what we saw, I think, a while back. By the way, Gukesh is back at the board as well. Maybe we see his...
Comes back King H2.
You see now. Oh, we have them. So that's crazy. We have it.
Yeah.
That's the good news.
Yeah.
You'll always have them. So if you want to, use positions for analysis or training, it's always useful.
Yeah. And now King, I think, has dropped to H2. And now is the crucial move. If Rook A4, I think this is where it starts moving towards a draw.
Yeah.
And if Rook B6, then I think Enrique is basically saying, maybe the game is going to last longer than you expected, Gukesh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if Enrique wants to play Rook A4, he has to write the move first, call the arbiter, say I'm going to play Rook A4, and it's 3 times repetition, and then they make the draw.
He takes the pawn.
Oh.
He takes the pawn. No draw for the world champion. It has to be a slight psychological blow. And instantly Gukesh plays Rook F to B1, utilizing the fact you pointed out. We cannot allow both the rooks to coexist here. Otherwise, Black will have chances. He plays Rook F B1, which basically forces the rook trade. Because if you move the rook, then suddenly, Rakesh, White is the one winning. So a nice move by Gukesh there.
He chops off
absolutely.
the rook. And now, remember, no time to capture the pawn on A2. It looks like a free pawn, but there's actually a back rank checkmate here for White.
Shri, you've been a very, very strong coach, the Indian team's coach. I mean, tactics is something I think all chess players have to work on, like for example, the back rank tactics. So what would you recommend to a beginner starting? How can they get better at tactics?
I think tactics is one of the easier things to get better, Sahil. You just do a lot of repetition, but tactics is the easiest thing to get right. I think you go to like chess.com/puzzles. That's one place where you get unlimited puzzles in today's time. Of course, there are also the old-fashioned method of getting these books where there are a lot of tactical puzzles, combinations, encyclopedia of chess combinations, and several other books which I used to solve when I was younger. But mainly, yeah, repetition and doing lots and lots of it, which you can do on your computer, you can do on your phone. And I think in a very short time, you can get very good at tactics.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we have a comment in the chat. Free pawn, bro. And I agree with you, bro. It is a free pawn. And that's why Gukesh will save it with rook to b2. And Sri, I think this is a huge tournament in India. It's becoming a legacy, like a strong name, the Chennai Grandmasters, the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. Like, there was a time we didn't have these super tournaments in India. Can you share that journey of, kind of bringing this tournament for the Indian audience here? Like, how tough was it? The challenges you faced, and now how satisfying it feels to kind of see it in action?
That's a great question, Sahil. I remember in 2023, it was crazy to put the tournament together. We had the first player arriving on December 10 or something like that. And we didn't have a venue ready until just 2 or 3 days. We didn't know where the tournament was going to happen. And in the end, we found a boardroom, which was... now the hall we have is, I think, 5 or 6 times bigger. And it's crazy how much the tournament has grown in the last 4 years. It's amazing.
Indeed.
Yeah. And I think, Sahil, let's try a different board because I can tell you the moves in case it's needed. So
Nihal,
let's go.
Let's go with Nihal Sareen now. So this is where we left it. Move number 11, Rakesh. Take us through.
All right. Move 11 is e4, d4.
Yeah.
Then knight d5, castle, c3, dc3, bc3, knight, bishop e6, knight f6 check, queen f6, bishop into a6. Very interesting.
Oh, wow.
Tactics. As you pointed out, Sri, very easy to work on, and Nihal has been working on it for the last 2 decades. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And almost
since the time he's woken up.
And maybe half of them with Srinath as well, because he was the coach of Nihal. Rook takes a6, queen d6.
Wait,
and
does black have knight d4 here?
Ooh, knight d4, cd4. And rook d6, pawn takes c5. What a fork. Wow, that is crazy tactics. And Nihal must have seen this in like 0.3 milliseconds maybe.
That's why he's the bullet world champion.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's definitely why he went for bishop a6. He definitely saw this in advance.
Yeah, cd4 and rook d6. What a tactic, man. What a tactic. So going back, Rakesh, after queen d6.
Yeah, and we are at the live position.
Wow.
And the computer suggests bishop to c4, hitting black's rook, as well as offering the queen trade.
What do you make of this position, Sri? Very interesting, but also I think we don't have time exactly, for both the players. Nihal was way ahead initially, around 30 minutes. If he's maintained his time advantage, do you see chances for him here?
Definitely. White is the one who is putting black under pressure, and I think that's really important. You need to create pressure before your opponent can make mistakes. And then it's a percentage thing. So he's a clear pawn up. Black has good, solid position. He has defensive chances, but white is definitely the one who is dictating things.
And we have the times as well. 32 minutes for Firouzja and 52 minutes for Nihal.
Yeah, so Nihal maintaining his time lead here. Of course, this bishop on g3 maybe right now not the most active piece, but it could be activated in the best way possible long term. So Nihal does have potential in his position right now. Firouzja, we've not seen him get up at all this game, Sri. I think in the first couple of rounds he was enjoying himself and feeling the vibe, but today, against his opponent Nihal Sareen, whom he did not have a great match against in the Bullet Chess Championship, he's been very focused. He understands this game is serious, and those old memories kind of calling back to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nature of the position is such that he has one extra pawn with the white pieces. Black is defending it really well. He wants to take the a2 pawn. He has maximum pressure on it. Now white has 2 ways of going about it, right? He can try and defend that a2 pawn, try and hold on to it. But I don't think he'll be able to do it successfully for a very long time. But the other way of doing it is to give up that pawn at some point and try and exert pressure somewhere else. And that's where you mentioned the f6 pawn, the bishop being activated through that. And I think that plays a very important role in creating a new weakness.
Agreed. I think that king side should be utilized. Right now, the live position is this one. So we have not seen bishop c4 just yet. It does attack the rook, forces the queen trade. So let's see what Firuza chooses. By the way, Rakesh and Sri, I think we've seen one result, like one win for each player each day. How many do you expect today?
I think two results.
Two results, yeah.
In the remaining 3 games, because Gukesh might draw.
Yeah.
I think I expect 2 results, and right now it's looking good in general for the Indian players. Yeah, and I feel like we have pressure in all the games except Gukesh's.
Agreed. And meanwhile, I think let's jump to the Arjun game. Rakesh, if you can take us through the moves there, because we are right now on move number 15. And I think we did have b3 and knight a3 and queen b2 being played. Can you share the moves since then?
Yeah, so queen b2, rook a c8. Arjun brought his rook a c1. Rook f d8 after that.
Very logical.
Rook d4.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Wait, color just changed magically.
Rook a4 or b4 is the idea, yeah?
When you move the rook to the fourth line, the color changes, yeah?
I think so.
Rook d4 and
yeah, idea is maybe rook a4, hit the queen and the knight. So Hans stops that with pawn to b5. And then rook c to d1.
Interesting.
Pawn to b4.
Wow.
Knight goes to the corner. 2 ponies on the H line. A line, sorry. Knight a4, knight b5.
Bhujan had the same confusion.
Knight b5, yeah?
Yeah, knight b5. Rook goes to d3.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. And then?
Yeah, that's the live.
Wow, I think Arjun kind of spoiled his edge there, yeah, and Hans had some real chances, and now rook d3, maybe it's still very complicated, and Sri, maybe I still control the c5 square, knight c3 is not possible, so maybe Arjun, after that couple of, weird moves, again back in control.
Yeah, but the position seems really nice for white, and it also shows how complex the position is, right? If they are trading inaccuracies over the period of, each move, it shows how complex the position is, especially strategically. From the pawn structure point of view, I love how much space white has. He has these nice pawns on e5. And in general, Arjun likes having space in the center and the king side. Black has more space on the queen side, but you can see how effectively white is blocking the advance of the c6 pawn. If the pawn moves forward, the d5 pawn falls, so he cannot do it. The c5 square is under control. So everything is under control from white's perspective. And he can work towards a break on the king side, a pawn break on the king side.
Absolutely. So I think huge potential for Arjun Erigaisi, and I definitely expect the result in this game, Rakesh, because these two players prefer wild chess, are good at opening preparation and always push till the very end. And both of them have shown signs in the first 2 rounds that they're ready for that first win. They're hungry for that first win. And I think a result incoming, one guy lags behind for the rest of the event and one guy just, kind of jumps forward.
Yeah, true. And, Hans Niemann was better in both of his games here in Chennai, but couldn't really convert. In fact, he was a piece up yesterday. So that game might be, nagging him a little bit. But here he has a chance against Arjun Erigaisi. But Arjun will be definitely trying to play h3, maybe get the rook to the g line, maybe by king h2, rook g1. And that pawn break which Srinath was mentioning is definitely possible. And before I throw it over to you guys, the time update is Arjun has 48 minutes and Hans has 38 minutes.
So we are leading in time also in all the games so far.
Indeed. And I think this game is going to be very, very exciting indeed. So the final game, one more update, is the Pranesh game, Rakesh. And I think that was crazy because we had already seen an exchange sacrifice from Nodirbek, who's kind of really hungry for that win because he's not had the perfect opening in the first 2 rounds. Take us through what happened since move number 16.
All right, let's come to moves. And before I share the moves, it's Srinath. Are you feeling like the Olympiad because all 4 Indians have white, and it's kind of like India versus the rest of the world?
Yeah, absolutely. We had all 4 Indians playing black yesterday.
Yeah.
And I thought we did okay. 3 draws out of 4 blacks. And in Olympiad, you get only 2 blacks.
Correct.
And Alireza is not playing in the Olympiad.
Oh, wow.
So
That's-
let's jump in. So queen d4 played.
Yeah.
Abdu captures the queen in the center.
Oh, wow, he takes the queen, yeah?
Yeah.
Very interesting. So queen trade, not the first thing that came to mind, and now rook takes.
Yep. Rook takes. And bishop to e2. And Shri, guess the move.
E5.
Yes, let's go.
Wow.
Now, if you hadn't told me to guess the move, I wouldn't have guessed it.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm a bit surprised by the queen trade because there were certain variations we're looking at. For example,
And I
queen
think
a6, yeah?
We
And
have the moves as well. Like
I don't see them just
Can
yet.
we-
Maybe I'll
because-
refresh.
it's come over here.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, it's now the link is broken, but we'll have them soon. Maybe we can go full screen since then, until then. And
Yeah.
Pranesh, of course, this is a crucial game for Pranesh. And Shri, he won the challengers last time. He's a huge talent, upcoming talent as well, and could be playing the next Olympiad for India. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely, Sahil. And I love the attitude he's shown so far. He's coming to fight. He's coming to create chances every game. He had the black pieces against Dimitri, so there's not much he could do there. But with white, he's been fighting so far in every game. And today also, he's created a very complex position. And I love the fact that someone like Pranav earlier, Karthikeyan and Murli, all of these players are 26-60 right now. And all of them got a chance to play against world-class opposition in this tournament.
Agreed, and he's playing Nodirbek Abdusattarov. I mean, that guy has won every event almost he's played this year. He's in epic form, has climbed to the world top 5 as well. And I think, Shri, again, coming back to Olympiad, I think the Uzbek team is a huge, I would say contender for that gold medal, yeah?
Absolutely. But they've always been a contender. I think they've always been a super strong team. This year they'll be bolstered by the momentum that their top two carries, Javkir Sindaro and Nodirbek Abdusattarov. But they still have only 2700s in their team.
Wow. And even their fifth board, is winning a top level event. So I think that team is very strong and we have the moves as well. So that is great news. Kudos to that, our amazing team working behind the scenes, solving these problems. And meanwhile, I think this is the moment to check out this game. So we left it somewhere here, I think. Rook takes, bishop takes, e5 was the move.
Yeah.
Now bishop takes e4 was a mistake by Nodirbek. E takes f6, E takes f6, and this is where I think Pranesh had to find rook e d1, which is a very weird move because your rook is on the open file here. But okay, he doesn't find it, and now I think we have a few more moves.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rookie, that's a big miss, Shri. What do you think?
Let's go back to the full screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have e takes f6, knight e4 was played instead, and that was a mistake. Bishop a2 check, king a1 only move. Now comes bishop e6, and technically there were repetitions possible, but knight takes f6 check, king f8. And what do you think? Oh, he is playing king b1 now. He is offering that repetition. Bishop a2, king a1, bishop e6, and king b1. Will we see a draw here?
Wow. That was such a rapid turn of events. Even before I could process what happened, even before I could see what a big advantage Pranesh had, it's suddenly turned into something which could end quickly. But the position has to be more complex than that, right? Like for instance, what happens if Black plays the natural knight into c2? What if he gives a fork?
Wow.
And
That's a good question. I am going to lose one of the rooks. So might as well go, with fire on my mind and play this move. Rook takes e6. And if you do take this rook, then rook takes d6. And pretty soon the rook is coming to the 7th rank. The bishop is ready to join from a3 as well as, this diagonal. And there could be an attack building up. And Nodirbek has to be very careful here, Rakesh.
yeah, now you see the white pieces placed optimally. And let's say Black takes bishop into f4. Now he takes the pawn, the most natural thing. Do you take rook into e6 or do you do something like rook d7, be 2 pawns down, but hold create mating threats against Black's king?
I love that, Shri. Rook d7. And if you're not careful, this bishop a3 might land in at some point and give you a check. And worst case, I can always chicken out with this amazing knight and rook combination with knight at 7 check, knight f6 with a draw.
Yeah, and if rook c7, that's already winning.
Yeah,
so.
that's exactly what I was trying to set up.
King G8, Knight F6 check, King F8.
You just take and take the knight.
Yeah.
Wow. I forgot of the hanging knight on C2. So, yeah, black has to be careful. So, Pranesh offered that repetition. Maybe Nodabek decides, you know what? I don't want to play knight takes C2 and see this variation. Let me repeat. I've not had the perfect game so far. I have been struggling. So, let's just kind of take the draw and go home.
Yeah, but he has a lot to consider. He has a lot to think about. And knight into C2 is, I think, definitely one of the moves he has to think about. And of course, he can always go to bishop A2 check whenever he wants to. But I think he will want to try. He will want to see where it goes. If he can feel safe about the consequences of knight into C2.
Yeah. And we had two players with the edge when we last had all the moves, and now all the games dead even. I did not say equal. I said, it's far away from equal actually in practicality, but I think in general, the bar is right in the middle. So let's check out the game of Nehal Sareen now. Have there been updates? No updates actually. And Firuza is still thinking.
No, but we can see a move, right?
Bishop C4 he has played. Yes, Bishop C4 on the board. And now Nehal Sareen is thinking about the queen trade.
Okay, but I guess he doesn't really have much of a choice, right? He has to take, or is Rook FD1 a viable option?
Yeah, maybe. But if I might as well damage your structure,
Correct.
I think.
Exactly.
So there's no clear benefit there. The Rook on D6, not. I thought he played that. Thankfully not. So Nehal is still thinking, and maybe which game shall we jump to? Shall we go to Gukesh and check out if this has something happening, Rakesh?
Yeah, let's check in with the world champion.
Here, before we panned off from this game, I really wanted to point out how black played this move H6. I mean, the
Even
Gukesh
game, okay.
which I felt was really instructive because when we had a similar endgame earlier, I automatically went H5, which really limits the ability for black to create a passed pawn. But now with the pawn on H6, he has a route to try and put pressure on the H4 pawn. The rook on A3 ensures that the king on H2 cannot advance forward, whilst black will aim to get the king to H7, G6, H5,
Wow.
and try and capture at least one of white's pawns. And if he can get to a situation where he can threaten the H4 pawn, he attack the A2 pawn, and ask white how is he defending, at least he manages to create some pressure and keeps the game going. And at one point, maybe he'll try to have 2 pawns against 1.
Wow, that's a great plan. And to be honest, Rakesh, I just don't see a defense because if the king comes up here, how are you defending this pawn? I think the A2 pawn is about to fall, is my guess.
I think one pawn is about to fall and you give up the A2 pawn, but keep those 2 pawns on the right side of the board. And Gukesh might be, thinking of that. And we don't need to switch, but just a quick update to everyone that Pranesh and Abdu are repeating.
Ooh, but let's switch because we would love to see the final moments of this game. King B1, check and repeat. King B1, check and repeat.
We have it. Oh,
wow.
Wait.
I think
Pranesh has written his move.
Yeah.
And he's going to the arbiter. No, wait.
No, he'll call the arbiter now. He's of course having that one last thing because, and Shri, I want to ask you this. Is there some psychological difference, like both the players trying to avoid, being the one to call the arbiter? Like, okay, I want the draw more than you.
Most times no, but sometimes there is. And sometimes I've seen people repeating 5 times, 6 times. They'll be like, you claim the draw, you claim the draw. I have seen it happen when people really dislike each other and they don't want to make the draw.
Yeah, I've seen that too. And a few and there's
There
a draw.
it is. The first
Well
is done.
done.
For today, it is, I think, a pretty exciting game that we saw by Pranesh there. He had opportunities to even put the pressure and exchange sacrifice as well from Nodabek. Overall, a well-fought game that ended in equality, Shri.
Yeah, a very, very interesting game. I loved the rook into c4 sacrifice. I loved how Pranesh had some complex chances and a very, very interesting but short draw.
Agreed. And this game is going to take opening theory forward, Rakesh, with that exchange sacrifice of both
For
the players.
Sure. And a fun fact for both these players playing here, Pranesh and Abdu Sadra, is both of them are accompanied by their brothers, which is rare.
Oh, that's a beautiful fact. Yeah, that's a lovely fact.
Yeah, always good to have family by your side. And meanwhile, I think we're going to quickly jump to the game of Arjun against Hans. I think we last saw it, somewhere around here, right? Rook D3 was played.
Yeah.
And Hans, to his credit, finds the best move. And look at that C3 square now. The knight about to hop in. And that's why Arjun instantly grabs that pawn. And now Hans again plays the best move, pawn to C5. The bishop has to come back. Has 2 options available, E3 or F2. Which one appeals to you, Shri?
Bishop
To
E3
me-
played.
Okay. Arjun answers it, yeah?
For
Quickly.
his coach, former
Yeah.
coach.
Yeah.
Look at Hansel, ready to play already. He almost played that move, right? I mean, he's in a hurry, kind of, I think. And c4 is the move, I think. He's about to push the pawn further and attack the rook again.
And speaking of fun facts, both of these players are left-handed. How rare is that at the top level?
Oh, that's an interesting fact. Hans is left-handed? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
and speaking of left-handed, fun fact, Dimitri Andregan and Srinath share this thing as well, where they play with the left hand but write their moves with the right hand straight.
That's very efficient, That's very efficient.
Oh, very interesting. So I think maybe, is it because sometimes you feel like with the black pieces you can play quickly, like because the clock is here, with the white pieces you can, like, you have options of being flexible both ways?
Sorry,
Like sometimes when you're playing with the white pieces, the clock is on the other side, right? You have to move your hand all the way, miles away.
Yeah.
So this way your options of playing on both sides.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, true.
And we saw Shri was speaking about players repeating a lot of times, and shout out to Grandmaster Sahaj, who's in the chat telling us Abhijit Gupta and Parimarjan Negi, two of India's strong grandmasters, offered draw, like repeated 10 times in the final round of the 2011 Indian National Championship.
Wow, so that is crazy. And meanwhile, Hans Niemann about to play his move pawn to c4. He's 7 minutes behind on the clock. Not a huge difference, but he must keep in mind there is no extra time coming in on the 40th move. So time pressure could be a real possibility in this complicated game. c4 Shri, let's say, happens on the board, which is about to play. What moves calls out to you naturally here in this position?
First thing you consider is trading the rooks, rook into d8. I think that's the most natural one. Takes everything, and now you take the pawn. But I think b into c4. Oh, there's queen d1 check, and this is
The
the
knight
problem.
is gone. I mean,
You can even take the pawn now, and suddenly
Queen a4 is a big threat after this.
Yeah.
After bishop c4.
this is a bit awkward. Yeah, my knight has no squares. Like, where am I moving the knight actually?
I feel.
You can go to c5, yeah.
Yeah,
But then the knight comes to c3,
Uh-oh.
or first defend the pawn with a5, and then come in with all your pieces. So this is clearly what Hans is aiming for, and he managed to do it by sacrificing a pawn, which was not an easy decision to make. It definitely didn't occur to me. I thought White had everything under control. White was, not letting any of Black's pawns advance, but he managed to create it by force, and White clearly has something better than in that case against c4.
agreed. And I think there's this crazy move actually. Your rook is attacked, and you can just completely ignore it and play this fabulous move, bishop to d5. And if you pick up this rook, then there is this intermediate check. And of course, I will pick up this rook as well. And luckily, everything is defended here. So bishop d5 seems to be the try for Arjun. He has to find it, Rakesh, if c4 occurs on the board.
Yeah, and I think with Hans's moves in the last couple of chances, he is probably going to play c4. And I hope Arjun has seen bishop d5.
I guess Hans was intending c4, but when he was about to make the move, he probably just saw bishop d5, and which is why he started pausing and looking for other options right now. Or where exactly does the line after bishop d5 go?
And that's a very uncomfortable situation to be in, right? You have this entire plan ready for the next 5 moves. You see, wait, I didn't see that move, and suddenly you start questioning everything. And you'll spend like 10, 15 minutes in this particular move, and then you're under time pressure as well. And there's a feedback loop between pressure building up, and Hans could be under pressure. So he has to play this move quickly. That is the best move. His plan is correct, even though Arjun does have a retort there.
Yeah, absolutely. He has to go for it. And I think the position after c4, bishop d5 is also very interesting. It doesn't end that. Black can take, everything gets traded on
C3.
You insert c3.
Wow, and the game just goes on. There's a protected pass pawn on the 3rd rank, Rakesh. I mean, it's definitely a 3-result position so far.
For sure, queen c2 hitting the pawn on f5, the golden pawn. And if Black defends with g6, there's even more weaknesses now in Black's camp.
Can you just go in with rook d7, or do you have to be careful that Black can do knight a3?
Oh, okay. This is getting uncomfortable, and we can see the beautiful hall there again. And there's also people coming in, seeing their stars in action. Shri, I mean,
I think you've been part of the chess ecosystem for years, but I think when you've not experienced an over-the-board event, it's surreal to enter the hall, feel the pin drop silence. Like you could drop a pin on the carpet and you could hear it. Like there's no noise in the hall unless player coughs or moves the chair. Yeah, it's surreal to be inside a chess tournament.
Absolutely, it's a very meditative, calming experience. You have absolutely no distractions, no devices, and you can when you see them in person, I think it's a different feel. It's actually one of the things I love about the Olympiad. That I can spectate from up close and I have absolutely no distractions.
Agreed. And we saw that move knight a3 incoming, and hence Arjun's best move is actually bishop to c1. That very weird idea, but it just works like a charm because now the knight is also pinned, and of course you control this crucial square, and Arjun is slightly better objectively, but it's far from over with that c3 pawn there, Shri.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. The position continues to be complex. Arjun is a little bit better, but there's a lot for both players to play for. Talking about the position though, what opening did this come from, Sahil? How did White get such a beautiful position?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very normal structure.
You fell for it. I know what Srinath is going to do, but let's go. Anyway.
It seems like the Catalan opening, yeah?
Yeah. And now I think after all these, tacky moves, we have c5 on the board, bishop e3 was played, and this is where we're waiting for the next move to come in. And meanwhile, I think quickly jumping to the Gukesh board for a second, king g2, and I do see that the king has been played to g6, and I also see the king is on g3, so f3, rook has gone to a7, and now king to g3. So maybe Gukesh kind of out of muddy waters now.
I think so. I think the worst has passed for Guki.
Yeah, no, here I was completely confident that he would draw 100 out of 100 times. Only if he tried to be, ambitious, that was the only way I think he could lose. Otherwise, this position, even without the pawn on a2, I think Gukesh could hold comfortably. But Black will, of course, keep trying for a while.
Yeah. And, we have a lovely audience today, and shout out to Pranesh's brother. In fact, rated almost 2300. He's giving a simul right now.
Wow.
So also a FIDE master. But apart from that, a lovely chance for the audience here to win a giveaway from the Chennai Grandmasters team here. So let's hop on to Nihal Sareen's game, and everyone, let's have your attention because here's a chance to take home some merch, some cool gift from the Chennai Grandmasters team. So Rook AB1 played. And shout out to Grandmaster Sehed for finding that insane tactic here. So here, Rook takes B7 is threatened. But let's say Alireza wants to be creative in his defense. And he plays Rook to B8.
Rook to B8.
Rook to D8.
D8, yeah.
So saying you can't capture the pawn because your rook hangs. So you have to capture the rook.
Yes, and when now knight defends the pawn, right?
Exactly. And now, if someone can come up with a tactic after bishop h4, hitting the pawn on f6.
I can save this pawn, no? King g7.
Exactly. And now, to everyone in the audience, white to play and win. Yeah.
Yes.
And there we go. Knight e5 is indeed the right answer. And who's the one who answered it first?
It's Sai, yeah?
Sai. So congrats, Sai. Our team will get in touch with you about the prize. And yes, so this just shows that Alireza can't, just chill. He has to be on his toes.
By the way, that was a great tactic. But at the end, look at Firuzja. He does not play Rook D8. He saw all of this and he was worried. So he plays Knight A5 instead, which unfortunately for him is a worse move. And now after Rook D6 or Bishop H4, Nihal Sareen is slightly better and is at least putting real pressure on Firuzja, who has 16 minutes on the clock compared to 46 minutes for Nihal. I mean, we can see why he's the bullet chess champion.
Definitely. And what happens after Rook D6, Bishop E6 if Black defends that way?
Yeah, Bishop E6, Bishop H4 anyway. So I am like going full in after that pawn. And if King G7 again to defend, then apparently Knight to D2 is the move. You just kind of prevent Knight C4 for now. This Knight will come to F5. It's still very strategic. There's no clear plan, Rakesh. But maybe White's pieces are just objectively better.
Yeah, there's no clear plan for Black either. And I'd love to activate my rooks, maybe something like Rook F1, F4, if I can get in and hitting that weak doubled pawns on the F line for Black. So, yeah, I think definitely some possibilities here for Nihal, and I think they just want both these players want to get as low on time and then play bullet chess.
And
Yeah, we saw Alireza do that against Gukesh yesterday. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
yeah, we have a comment, a funny comment in the chat. Somebody said, waiting for the players to eventually realize that, oh no, there's no bonus time incoming, and then start moving quickly. I think totally can relate to that one. I think Nihal, by the way, still calculating.
And speaking of no bonus time and the surprise, Shri, there was an incident in the first round, a funny one. So can you share that with us?
You mean when one of the players was not sure about the
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Hans. I think he thought there was a 30-minute increment after move 40, but of course there wasn't. And good thing for Hans that he did not rely on it to run his time to 0, because that's what typically happens. You run your time to 0 and 30 minutes gets added after 40 moves. But luckily it did not happen for him.
Wow, that would have been a sad loss. I think.
Which is why I think it's important for players to read the regulations and know the time control at least.
Yeah.
And the starting time.
Read the players' meeting as well,
Read the rule book. Shout out to Vidrati. I think for sure that's very important. I think before you play an event. And meanwhile, I think jumping to the game of Arjun Erigasi again, because Hans Niemann, we're talking about Hans Niemann here. He's still thinking 23 minutes. That's exactly what we expected, Sri, right? You mentioned Hans might have missed Bishop D5. You are in a sudden shock. Oh my God, I missed an obvious idea from my opponent. And then you go into a deep think and suddenly you're struggling on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the very well summed up, Sahil. Yeah. So he took a long thing to play D4. And now he's taking another long thing. And meanwhile, Arjun is the one who is exerting pressure. And that's what pressure does to you. You get a good position, you exert pressure. And that's what induces your opponent to make mistakes, the kind of problems that you're solving under limited time. But on the other hand, good thing for Hans, he still has a complex position. He still has chances to fight back. So it's not like he missed something that immediately ends the game.
Yeah, and checking with the cloud analysis here, 0.7 advantage for Arjun here, and Hans has to come up with C4 or he might be in some trouble.
Yeah, credit to the opening.
Exactly. And if let's say you play a random move here, pawn to h6, you can see already the only counterplay black has is that pawn reaching c3. Somehow, if black doesn't go for it, then white basically controls the position. He will take on d8, maybe pick up the c5 pawn, get the queen to d2, and it's going to be very, very difficult for Hans to create any counterplay whatsoever. And if he takes the rook, that was the question, right? Checks, captures, threats. There's this, usually you would expect to take with the rook here. The rook file is open. But here, because black has c4, you can take with the pawn actually, completely stop c4, and then heavily press on c5. And this is just a +1 advantage for Arjun.
Yeah, he's just a clear pawn up here, right? And he has also easy access to the c5 pawn due to the semi-open file on the c file.
Yeah.
As we have action on the board, there's also some action at the back of the fan zone as we see Pranesh, his brother, is also here, and Pranesh also giving some autographs to people. And Sahil, if your friends are in Chennai, do invite them here, because there is a chance for everyone to get a photo or an autograph with their favorite chess players, and you can buy tickets on the district app.
Joke is on you, Rakesh. I have no friends. But if anybody is watching, do come to Chennai. I think you get a chance to see the top players of the world. When would you see Gukesh, Nodir Beg, Arjun, Nihal, Andrekin, like Firuzja, Hans, Pranesh, you're not going to see this lineup ever. So I think might will come to Chennai. If you live in some other part of the world, you are a chess fan, could be a great opportunity to fly down to Chennai and experience the event, IRL in real action.
Yeah, and we also have simultaneous displays planned. So you also get a chance to play against I would definitely be playing in one of the simultaneous, and probably Rakesh and some of the others as well.
So if Gukesh is giving a simul or Arjun, or maybe then you go, maybe I will be also going for the simul. So commentary, maybe somebody else can handle for that segment. But meanwhile, less than 20 minutes now for Hans Niemann, double the time for Arjun Erigasi. You see, Arjun senses this. He comes and takes a seat. He senses
he's played a move.
He's played c4, yeah?
He's played it, yeah.
He's played C4.
Finally.
So Bishop E3, C4 played, and now the question is, does Arjun find Bishop D5?
100%.
I think he has to. He has no other option.
He's drinking water, actually. He's like, okay, I've seen that move. Yeah, I can chill, relax, take a minute, and then quickly put that bishop on d5. Because as we discussed, if he doesn't, he's just worse.
Yeah, absolutely. He has to do it. And if he doesn't, he gets worse.
And we were talking about decisive results today. Where are they coming from? Pranesh drew up the Sadarov. Gukesh will likely hold Andreikin. So this is my prediction, hands down prediction, that this game will be a decisive.
Let's go. What a move.
Come on.
And somebody chat said, nobody will let you give a Simon, Tikku bhai. I'm not giving one. I'm being part of the players who play the strong players. So I think that's the fun there, to get to play Arjun or any of these strong players would be amazing. And meanwhile, bishop d5 on the board. So what will Hans Niemann do now? I just don't see any other move, apart from capturing the bishop.
Yeah, and if White is willingly trading his Catalan bishop, that means it's definitely something much more important, and something our producer will be very happy to know, that the Catalan course is on sale like many other courses on Chessable. So do get that out. And Shri, can you tell us more about your course and plug in a little bit?
It's not just the Catalan, but I was, pretty thrilled when I came to commentary that the positions where we had advantage on both the games was Catalan and London.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which are the first two courses that I had done in my life. And I think both Sahil and Sahaj will also be pretty thrilled about Nihal's position.
Yeah. I think it's nice to see, the openings which you understand, see on the board. The top players also trust it. And Shri, just going wild here, okay? Okay, we should have a zoom. Can I play King F7 here? Just kind of King F7 takes. I don't care, brother. You can't get to my
this
king
is like
here.
the goalkeeper running past the circle.
Middle line.
Yeah, Manuel Neuer from Germany used to do that. It's very risky, and he was punished. So I don't think Hans is thinking about this.
Agreed.
But then what is he thinking about, right? Because if you are thinking, then you need to have choices. What's his choice other than taking on d5? Now, he can take on d5 in two different ways. He can capture the rook or the bishop. So maybe that's one thing that he's considering. And now play c3, queen c2. And I was thinking about knight a3 here. But there is queen into f5, I think, or even queen d3.
Oh, queen d3. And there are, queen attacked. And if you play c2, the bishop is doing a great job of controlling that square, and the black queen is out of moves. Where can you play the queen actually? There is no square.
Exactly. c7 is the only square, and that loses a piece after rook d7.
Yeah, and the reason why Hans Niemann is thinking here is, Sahil, if you can refresh the board, bishop d5 is a brilliancy by Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow. The only move in the position. Now the time for Hans is ticking down. And let's see. I think there's some errors there, but we'll fix that soon. Wow.
But it's a great sign. Arjun creating chances every game. He had great chances against Nordebek yesterday.
Yeah.
Now he has excellent chances against Hans. And that's how you convert, right? You cannot possibly convert 100% of the chances you get because the opponent is a great defender. But the more and more pressure you create, eventually some of those goals land.
Exactly. And I think we saw that pressure build up, like the Argentina semi-final. Like they kept hitting the goal. It didn't work out instantly. But then suddenly in the last 5 minutes, something changes. So, and we are going to have 5 minutes for Hans pretty soon. Let's see how he plays in the end zone, Rakesh.
Yeah, Hans thinking how to recapture. He's got to take on d5. There's no other move that he can play. But he's thinking on what's the best way to do it. And Hans having 17 minutes.
Okay, predictions now. The result for this game, win for Arjun, win for Hans, or a draw? Rakesh?
Win for Arjun.
Shri?
Win for Arjun.
Wow, so Arjun is the, commentator's favorite there. Let us know your predictions, chat, because right now, bishop d5, a brilliancy on the board. The position is in Arjun's favor. The clock is in Arjun's favor. He looks confident. Hans Niemann kind of feeling the pressure. If everything goes smoothly, Arjun could have his first win. A win that's been pending for a while in this event.
And finally, the board has caught up, and you see the beautiful double exclamation mark and a blue move.
See, it feels like
whenever I see a brilliance, it kind of brings that wow factor. And it's like, Goku turning Super Saiyan for the first time. Wow. I didn't know this was possible. Yeah, we unlocked a new level there.
Yeah, you feel brilliant.
Yeah.
And it feels really good when you land moves like this. And Arjun, how quickly he found it. You can see that, yeah. When he's walking around, you can see where his mind is. He's not thinking about who's going to win the final. He's thinking about what move his opponent is going to make and what is his response to that. Anticipation.
Agreed. And I wonder if how fast Arjun moves tells us the evaluation as well. Like, if he's moving fast, he's much better. He's moving little fast and maybe slightly better. But anyways, right now, I think 15 minutes for Hans Niemann. This is getting really serious now. I wonder what he's thinking, Rakesh, because he doesn't have an option. He needs to play quickly. Otherwise, he will have to play on increment for a long duration. And that's going to induce blunders.
Yeah, and he's only 15 minutes. And like we said earlier, no additional time after 40 moves. So he has to play on the increment. So, I mean, if I were a Hans fan, I would start to worry right here.
Yeah, exactly. And as Hans Niemann thinks, maybe this is the perfect moment to switch boards just to look at the Nihal Sarin game. Wow, we have a bunch of moves. Let's kind of catch up. I think we left it around this Bishop C4 move. Nihal did exchange, played Rook D1, and Black played actually Rook A2, Rook B1, and now Knight A5 we saw.
Yep.
And Nihal did not play Bishop H4. He did not play Rook D6. He played Knight to H2. So he's kind of getting up for a triple attack now here, Rakesh.
Yeah, and I think Alireza played something in Knight B3, if I can see it correctly.
Oh. Okay, physically kind of stopping the rook's path towards the B7 pawn.
And I guess he wants to go Knight C5, attack the E4 pawn and defend the B7 pawn as well.
Very nice move indeed. I think Knight on C5 looks great. But you can always play F3 to defend the pawn. Not a biggie for white here. Maybe Knight G4 now, Shri, I think attacking the F6 pawn.
Knight G4 is very tempting. I would immediately try to make Knight G4 work and then play the bishop to H4 if you defend with King G7.
I don't know, I think Rook A6 is the only move.
Yes, Rook A6. Can I start with Rook D6 or no? Like the idea is, okay, I play this first, and if you play Rook A6, I take and then play Bishop H4. Is that possible?
Makes sense. Makes complete sense.
There's Knight D2 apparently.
So this is the idea behind Knight B3.
Ooh, that's a tricky one actually. Okay, some counterplay there for Firuzja. So
If I defend with Rook E1, then you go Bishop E6, yeah?
Yeah, so let's say I defend the pawn with Rook E1. Oh, Bishop E6 is definitely an option. There's also Bishop E2 apparently.
Oh my God.
which is
my God,
funny. Because if you pick this up, there is Rook A1 check, King H2, Knight F1 check, King G1. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Yeah, and you pick up the Rook as well.
It's
the whole
crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy. I guess this is definitely not happening.
Yeah, no chance. I think Nihal, even if he, kind of shows 10% of his pickleball skills, this will never happen.
But yeah, that position, I'm still not sure how black defends after Bishop H4 in the end. It's clear that white is going all in on the F6 pawn. He'll try all different permutations and combinations. No. Start with Rook D6,
yes.
Bishop E6, and now Bishop H4. So Bishop E6 first, there's Bishop H4. So Knight D2,
Rook E6,
There's
E1.
Rook E6 actually.
Rook E6,
and
Rook E6.
Yeah,
right.
simply,
So you have to play first Knight D2, I think. That's the only way, right? So Knight D2, Rook E1, and now Bishop E6 maybe.
And now Bishop H4.
Oh, that's a good question. How are you defending this?
It's not easy, right?
It's not easy.
It's not easy to calculate.
And look at the time for Firuzja. 10 minutes versus 38 minutes. That is a ridiculous time difference for classical chess. Firuzja, who's supposed to be the fastest in the world, is not so fast today, Sri.
Well, he's no longer the fastest in the world, right?
True.
I also have a different idea here. Let's go back to Knight B3 because that's a live position on the board and maybe the moves will come in a little bit late sooner. Knight G4, King G7. I don't want your knight entering, so I'll go Bishop H4. Force your rook to go back with Rook A6. And now I play Knight E3. And being the pickleball player, just putting the ball in Alireza's court.
Yeah, making him run from one end to another.
Like you were running last night when you were playing with Nihal.
Wow, also another plan. So there's a lot for future to think about. Bishop e6. I can already play knight d5. And you're threatening to capture on f6. If you do take, then he takes d5. And this is where the game starts getting more imbalanced and more tricky. And that's where the 9 minutes on the clock might just not be enough for Alireza Firouzja, who's, by the way, not even looking at the board right now. He's looking.
Yeah, I think because it's Nihal's move, and it is like he has 13 minutes. The clock is just going down because.
And Nihal has a choice between starting with knight g4 or rook d6, and both the moves look promising, which is why. Oh, he goes for it. He goes for knight g4.
And he moved it in style. Yeah, the knight had a little jump in his step. Yeah, I love that move. And now what does Firouzja do? I think king g7 is an automatic one, right?
And wait, sorry to cut this, but Arjun Enriquez is completely winning.
Wait, what?
France with a big blunder.
Wow, let's go back. What just happened? So we were here. He took on d5, right? I think that's okay. I don't have the moves, but I'll refresh very
So
quickly.
bishop d5, rook d5, and he
Yeah.
played knight a3.
Wow. Knight a3. The queen is hanging just like that.
What?
But you
Free
can't,
queen.
What?
you can't capture the queen. Or can you?
Oh, rook
Take
d1, king f2, and c3. Oh my god, the queen is also trapped. That's a crazy tactic, actually.
Yeah, you think the queen is trapped, but you just slide down the queen to c1. Take.
I have never voluntarily put my queen in front of my opponent's rook. This is the first. I feel weird doing this.
Because your queen is already captured by the
No,
opponent.
because I usually don't know I have blind my queen. This is if I know it's hanging.
But Shri, how easy it is? Break this down for us. Why is it plus 2.5 for Arjun?
I think the secret is in the end position after the inevitable. Let's say rook into a5, rook
Yeah.
into d1, king f. And now queen c1 is the only move for the queen, so you have to play it.
Yeah.
Black captures back. And then at the end of it, white has a clear pawn up. The c pawn is under control. And the knight on a3, as brilliant as it looked, it doesn't have a scope. It doesn't have any place to go to from there. So white is a pawn up. He's going to pick up another pawn on a7, and the c pawn is firmly under control. And I guess that's the reason why it's +2, because you're 2 pawns up, and that's how the numbers work.
Yeah, that's mathematics, I think. Thank you to Einstein. And also, by the way, once you do play e4, I'll bring the king, pick up that pawn, and white will have his own pawn mass moving forward, Rakesh. So I think it's not just that I'm holding your pawn, I'm a pawn up, also that I have actual attacking play. And this is going to be very tough for Hans Niemann. I think Arjun in the driver's seat right now, huge chance here to win this game.
Massive chance. And also, at least join Firouzja at 2 points a year after 3 rounds. But on a scale of 1 to 10, Srinath and Sahil, what's the number that Arjun missed this move knight or was not expecting knight a3?
I think 10 out of 10 he was not expecting knight a3.
Wow. So Arjun luckily has enough time.
Yeah.
This is the advantage of managing your clock. Every shock you can handle well. You can calm down. You can take a 10-minute think and not be stressed. That's the advantage of managing your clock well. Arjun benefiting from it right now. And also luckily for him, he does have an escape there. A very good escape. So Hans, worse, maybe not like objectively lost, but really on the cusp of falling below that, 2 evaluation, which is objectively winning. So Arjun might take a while here.
Arjun about to play, I think. He just moved,
Again,
leaned a little forward.
You need to have choices, right? For you to think, you need to have choices. And what choice does white have here? You have to take the queen, right?
Zero, zilch.
I'm thinking, can I play Queen D4 if you're going about choices here?
Yeah, but then the c pawn, you're not controlling it, right?
It's a decent move actually. Wow, I'm surprised. I can play decent moves. But,
I'm surprised too.
yeah, it's possible. Yeah, and if you let's go deeper, takes. But the c pawn becomes stronger. Shri, I do agree with you there. I think c3. I don't want to enter these complications. This is a bit
Yeah,
more.
and after bishop c1, you have the exact same position, but the rook on a5 instead of d5 is actually an upgrade.
Yeah. So I think regardless, we're gonna get the pawn on c3, and that will be Hans' last hope of holding this game. So if you somehow control that pawn, Rakesh, in the best way possible, bring the king to the center, then I think this is with curtains for Hans Niemann in this game.
This looks like the decisive result we were talking about, and Arjun Erigaisi in the driver's seat. And if there is one tournament that he would really like to win, is this tournament, the Quantbox Chennai GM, because he is also sponsored by Quantbox themselves.
Indeed. So Arjun in almost a winning position. Just one look at the Gukesh game briefly. I'm surprised they're still playing actually. A bunch of moves played. So we left it. I think the king moved forward. Okay, a bunch of random moves. Checks. King g4 checks. I think we're very close to a draw here, Shri.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's not a lot to play for. But I guess Andre Kinwin just wants to come game time as well. He played for Bagley and Howard yesterday.
Yeah. True. And he has 15 minutes, by the way, more than sufficient here to hold this draw. He would do it 15 seconds likely as well. And of course, you want to play king f4, but the g7 pawn hangs. So once you play g6 or g5, the king drops back to g3 and the king defends these two pawns. Rook defends this, and there is simply no target for black.
Yeah.
The only way black can try is probably by just sacrificing the g7 pawn. Let's say do some king f4, give up the pawn, and try and capture rook into g7, f5, and try and capture one of white's pawns.
True. And if I go rook g2, then suddenly king f3, and at least I have a passed pawn to talk about, right?
Exactly.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think he might go for it actually, because otherwise he might as well just offer a draw and the game ends. Yeah. So interesting position, but maybe I think the result is quite predictable, at least compared to the other games. And by the way, super crucial game. We have to jump to the Nihal Sarin game now very quickly because the knight is kind of getting closer and closer to the black king. Knight g4, rook a6, knight a6 check first. Now comes king to h8 and bishop to h4. And you know what?
Knight c5 also played by Firouzja on the screen.
I am just tempting this rook here, brother. Rook a1. Come take me. Come take the rook. Because bishop f6 is checkmate, Rakesh.
Beautiful. And I don't know how to do the bishop knight checkmate. Kidding, but this is a checkmate I would love to do with the bishop and knight.
Absolutely.
Look at that body posture from Nihal. He's like, okay, nothing is happening. I have no threats. Please move your rook.
Okay, how do you tempt the rook? Come on, we need a way to bait the rook here. Rook a1 feels like the most obvious one for me. Yeah. Just offer the trade and say, okay, brother, let's trade rooks. And if you do take it, that's game over. Yeah.
Yeah, the only snag is the e4 pawn is hanging, and that defends the f6 pawn as well. If it didn't defend the f6 pawn, then this would be very viable. But after f3, there's knight g5, and that's the most unfortunate thing. Nihal's about to make a move. He has his hand on the forehead. He thinks his second checks for the last time.
Actually, the best move is f3.
And he makes it.
Wow, done.
Let's go.
And now the same tactic does not work because there is no knight takes e4. So Firouzja has to be on guard here. King g7 is the best move possible. Just defending that pawn physically and not risking these checkmates.
Yeah, if you don't do that, white will play rook a1. Yeah, and white will checkmate you for real.
Exactly. Let's say you were to play a random move. I'm thinking of a random move. I don't know, rook c8. You can see it's game over. It's already game over. +3 for Nihal Sarin. So I think has to be very careful here. Firouzja has 12 minutes on the clock.
So curious, what's the tactic after rook c8?
So rook c8, and now you have to play knight to f5 apparently. And there's knight d6 incoming, rook d6 also incoming, and of course the king, if it comes here, there's knight e7 fork as well. So this looks tactically like a nightmare for black.
Yeah, it looks tactically like a nightmare, and that's because of the bad pawn structure. So strategical weaknesses, strategically bad things lead to bad tactics for you.
Yeah. So let's see what happens. This is the live position f3, a brilliant move by white here, keeping it solid. This pawn chain is absolutely connected. Pawns look beautiful. They do a great job, and you don't have to, put a rook just for defending a pawn on a6, right? So, I mean, imagine those pawn was here, yeah? The game is already over by now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the pawn structure really matters.
Yep, absolutely. And there's real pressure, Sal. There's time pressure and there is position pressure. So, these are things the 0.2 evaluation doesn't quite tell you, right? It doesn't tell you that there's only one move here which keeps the game alive as black, and it doesn't tell you how difficult that move is. But we can tell you that it is very tricky for black here. It's not easy, and there are some very real winning chances for white.
Agreed. Future has a little glance at the clock, by the way. You can sense that the pressure is kind of crawling up to him now, and he's still not played the move. King G7 is what we are waiting for. That's the move we are anticipating. But any other move that comes to mind, Rakesh?
Thinking G7 should be possible, and apart from the points that Sri mentioned, there's also the psychological factor. Both Nihal and Alireza have played more than 5,000 games just against each other. At online chess, and just recently, as soon as last month, Alireza lost the Bullet Chess Championship title. He was a 2-time champion, and he lost to Nihal, and by a 15-0 adoption as well in between. So that has to play on his mind somewhere.
Yeah, they've been childhood rivals as far as I know, and I think they were the best players in their age group, all the way back to World Under 10. And they continue to be rivals at the highest stage.
Yeah, I think both the players absolutely brutal, as the clock drips down. So let's see what happens here. 10 minutes for Firouzja now. Once you fall below the 10-minute mark, I think your hands start shaking sometimes in classical chess. The stakes are higher, right? Over the board chess. Your rating goes down, so let's see what happens now.
Yeah, and over the board also you see how confident your opponent is feeling, and that also has an effect on how you're feeling. Online, when you're playing and you don't see your opponent, I think that makes a massive difference. You don't feel the confidence of your opponent, and I think you feel a lot less anxious, a lot less nervous. You only see the board and the time. But when you play over the board, in the person sitting in front of you, the mood, the body language, all of it plays a major role in how you feel as well.
Agreed. And 9 minutes now. So I think let's do a roundup before we take our second break and the final break for today. So game by game, first of all, we have one result, that is Pranesh versus Noderbek, that ended in a draw. An exciting game nonetheless. Next, we have Gukesh versus Endrekin. By the way, where we have a move from Endrekin, he did not really take that risk, Shri. He's comfortable with the draw now. G5 was played. Gukesh, of course, happy to exchange that isolated pawn there. And now King G3, Rook A3 played. With the threat of G4, but it's not really a threat.
Rook B2.
Yeah, Rook B2. And if you do play G4, then suddenly check. King goes back, and I pick up this pawn, and it is just moments away from a draw.
Right.
So this is going to be a draw. That's the second game. Finally, Arjun Erigaisi. I think this is the live position going back. He's still thinking after Rook D5. He's not grabbed the queen yet. I think he's doing the right thing. He saw a surprising move by his opponent. He's pausing, he's calculating and making sure he's not missing a single detail.
Yeah. Very, very smart play by Arjun.
Yep. Rakesh bhai, what do you say? Arjun about to win?
Arjun about to win for sure. And, we'll take a very short break and come back where we can get the handshakes of that game. And also the Nihal and Alireza game is heating up. So let's head into our second and last break, and we'll be back very soon.
And we are back after that short break. And yes, we have another result. Welcome back, said by. We have another result, and that is the world champion Gukesh Dommaraju drawing his game against Dimitri and Rekin. So 2 results, both draws. Maybe again we have the same pattern being followed. Yeah, 1 win per day.
Absolutely. And I think Gukesh will not be happy with that result, especially considering the fact, that there was a simplification that led straight into the end game. And with white, it's never ideal. But Arjun, on the other hand, you can see him on the screen. I think he's on the verge of being winning, or is he already winning? I see those pawns, on E5, F5 and F4 and G4. And I think this is just a beautiful position.
Wow.
There it is. We see the bar. I think, how many pawns is that?
That's like 255 pawns there, if my math is correct. But I want to go back for a second around here. This is where Bishop D5 was played, and Hans played this incredible, move knight A3. Objectively a mistake, but practically had a bunch of venom there. But Rook takes a best move by Arjun. He plays Rook D1, King F2, and C3. What a move, yeah. Queen C1 is the only move. Arjun, of course, finds it. Takes. Hans gets the queen back. But the problem is now, the Rook is very active. I'm threatening this pawn. These pawns are an absolute menace for black. And of course, the C3 pawn well contained right now, thanks to the bishop on C1. And the knight on A3, well, looks quite active, but it's just like a superfluous piece, as you mentioned. Now, Rook C7 played, and look at this, only move E4. Wow. Only move E4, and Arjun finds it to his credit. Beautiful move there. Yeah, now knight C2, another mistake now by Hans Niemann. He picks up the F5 pawn, knight D4, and now pawn to G4. Wow, bishop H4, king E3, and now Arjun moving towards the E4 square. Now rook to D7 played. And this is, I think, the life position, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we have a couple of more moves after this.
Yes.
I think we have a slight inaccuracy by the Indian number 1. He has pushed E6 in this position, which was a slight mistake here. And now black, Hans has capitalized on this opportunity and has played knight C2 check, equalizing matters.
Wow, I think King E4, yeah, was the best move, kind of.
Exactly, King E4, and if you played Knight C2, I'm guessing you could go Rook D5 and just block the Rook's view from accessing the first rank. But after E6, Knight C2, I think it's still fine. It still should be winning, but this might give some counterplay to Hans. So let's maybe do a little bit of a deep dive here.
Yeah.
Can we go King E4?
Yeah, that's the question in my mind, right? Rook D4 check, and be very careful now, because, if King to E5, Bishop F6 is a brutal checkmate and a turnaround.
Wow.
So let's not go there. And King to F3, and now Rook D3 check. And I think white is winning, but it got a little bit complicated, right?
I'm not so sure if this is still complicated. It would be complicated for me if black had gone Rook D1, tried to bother that bishop on C1 in some way. But I'm guessing there is some tactical... I think Rook D1, there's just Rook A7, because if you take on C1, I have Rook A8.
Checkmate.
Yep, back rank checkmate, indeed.
Wow, and if H6, there is apparently G5. And you're threatening some Rook A8 check and G6 mate. So it's still like a nightmare position for Hans Niemann, but he's still thinking. Now Arjun facing that knight C2 check, trying to figure out the best square for his king. He has like 3 squares, King E4, King F3 and King E2. And that's an important choice. 14 minutes for Arjun and 11 for Hans.
Absolutely. And I think out of the 3 moves you mentioned, I would choose either F3 or E4 in this scenario, because if you go to E2, then I can play knight D4 check again.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a repetition. So, and if I play King F3 instead, and then you give me a check back on D4, I can now put my king to E4 or maybe G2 as well. Both of them I think should be fine in this position.
Agreed. And Hans Niemann, look at him right now. He knows he's really struggling, because keep in mind, these pawns are so strong, 2 squares away from queening. Of course, the bishop right now holds in a position together, but I can also play G5, block the bishop completely in my half, and then these pawns are unstoppable. So I think Hans Niemann could be about to, he's moments away from suffering his first loss of the event. He played 2 spectacular games, but if he loses this could be all downhill from here.
Absolutely. And you can see from the body language of Hans Niemann, he is not happy with how this game is progressing. But still, Arjun has to make a few accurate moves to prove his advantage, to to prove his winning advantage. Yes, it is complicated, but it is objectively winning, as we can see on the board, on the board there. How is Nihal doing?
Before we go to Nihal, I just want to know India number 1 Arjun. If he wins this, that's an important win moving towards the 2800 mark. The ratings also matter as
Wow.
it'll be interesting to see if he can do that. Now going to Nihal very quickly, and we saw how complicated this game was. By the way, I think we're going to quickly refresh and try to move back a few moves, because I think there was this moment when the king was stuck on h8 and we were calculating these bishop knight checkmates with knight on h6 and bishop on f6. But the Firuzja king seems to have, stepped out into the open. This is where f3 was a brilliant move, and king g7 was the only move for black. Black finds it, check. King g6, the only move, moves forward. Now bishop f2 attacking the knight. Knight comes to a4, threatening a fork here. So bishop e1 defends the pawn. b5, rook d6, takes. Rook d8. Maybe Firuzja is out, kind of improved his position, but 3 minutes on the clock. Some pressure, maybe.
I think there are two options in this position. There is knight takes c4 and then there is knight f5. And this is more about, do you want to simplify or do you want to keep your knight on f5? Because, one of the goats of chess once said that give me a knight on f5 and I will give you a winning position. The knight is on f5 in this scenario. However, I like knight c4 more because then the pawn on c4 becomes a potential target. I can play rook b4, I can take on a4, I can take on c4. And I do have an extra pawn and it is 5 versus 4, which it should be difficult to save this.
I agree. I don't know how this is plus 0.1, because at the end, these are double pawns as well. And I have the rook here. I'm going to play rook c8, push this pawn as far as possible. And the king can at the right moment choose to move forward if need be. And at least Nihal can push for a while. He's playing a game which he's playing for 2 results. No pressure on Nihal. Firuzja with less time on the clock could make a mistake.
I feel this position is equal, the one in the endgame, the rook endgame, because Nihal's pawn is on f3 and not on f2. Because black can play rook c2 check, and the king will go to g3 or, on g1 to defend the pawn on g2. And now that king is more or less stuck. Had the pawn been on f2, then you could sort of, go from f3, e3, and you could reach the c pawn, whenever needed. So once again, golden pawn is the culprit.
Yeah, it was a great move in that position, but the endgame, transposition not working in Nihal's favor. But let's see. I think he's still thinking. 30 moves have been played. Firuzja hoping for a draw here. He is likely to get it. And Sahaj, again, if this game ends in a draw, then the one result could be Arjun's game. But we still don't have a move in that position. We can go to that camera as well.
I believe we have gone for king f3. I think he has played king
yes,
f3
I
in
see
this
it on the
position.
camera though.
And after king f3, I believe Hans is still thinking. He has 10 minutes to figure out the best defense in the position. And the best defense is rook to d1, actually. And after rook d1, there is an even more interesting move. You just completely ignore the bishop on c1 and you play g5.
Yeah, that's the move I've been waiting for, because you completely trap the bishop in this half and then these pawns become absolute beasts. Like imagine rook d1, g5, and then suddenly these pawns are running. These pawns are just going forward and we get a new queen soon.
Absolutely. And if you go rook takes c1, I mean, you can play e7 as well, but I think rook a7, and you can just pretend that the bishop on h4 just does not exist in the position, yeah? You don't even have to take it.
Yeah.
You can just leave it there.
And it's just a checkmating threat very soon. And how do you even defend this? Because if you play h6, I play g6. You play g6, I play f6.
No, h6, rook a8 check first.
Oh,
and that's a pawn checkmate in the position.
Okay, that should give you 1.5 points in this league.
For sure.
Okay, going back, I think this is currently king f8 only move, and of course, it's completely winning for Arjun Erigaisi. So let's see how Hans Niemann, pulls out a trick, something out of his hat, some magic we need for Hans Niemann here to equalize here. Right now, Arjun Erigaisi dominating the game. The rook has to choose, right? Either you let go of this pawn, which gives Arjun this pawn for free and then some mating ideas, and it makes the queening process easier, and you go for counterplay, or you keep it passive, but then you're sitting duck, right? You have no counterplay whatsoever. I can move the king up, trap the bishop, and the game is anyway over. So tough choice for Hans Niemann.
Yep. Where do you go? Do you go for active defense or passive defense? Rook e7, to be honest, does not feel good to me because, the position is already passive enough.
Yeah.
Bishop on h4 is just completely out of place. Knight on c2 is superfluous for sure, and that leaves out the rook. The rook is the only active piece in the position, and if we play rook e7, we also make the rook kind of passive in the position too. So I would avoid that. I think he must be considering moves like rook d3 check or rook d1, something on the d file, so he can keep his activity in the position.
If this king was on a safer spot, this would be resigns for Hans Niemann. So he would be looking, also based on his playing style, I think he would prefer counterplay rather than a passive defense. I think that's the way to go. Time-wise, 7 minutes for Hans Niemann now. And he still might need another moment of, deep thought, because this is still not over. So he needs to play very, very quickly, and he needs to be very, very accurate.
Yep. Let's see how the game progresses. Hans is now thinking 7.5 minutes. Time pressure approaching. And one more reminder, there is no additional time in this tournament. So this is all Hans has.
Wow. So Arjun, and if he wins, I think Arjun would be half a point behind Firouzja, assuming Firouzja draws. So he would be in clear second place ahead. So his dreams of winning the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters, a dream that's been, unfulfilled for the past 3 years. He's been so close, finishing second place. But this time maybe he can kind of pull it off.
It is possible, because on the other side we see Firouzja also, at least he's not going to have a perfect score anymore. And I see that the end game has kind of materialized. I think we have rooks that are exchanged. I can walk you through the position. After rook d8, he went for knight takes b5.
Yeah, let's have the cameras for Nihal versus Firouzja as well. And I can see some simplifications. I think knight takes b5 was played. Yeah.
Yes, rook b8.
Okay.
And then knight a3, black took on b1, knight takes b1, bishop d3, knight a3. And now that knight is kind of trapped in the position, I feel. And then there is knight b2 is what he has played. And I think we are headed towards a very, very comfortable draw.
Yeah, I think Nihal has had these games, right? This has been the pattern for all his games. Basically a slight edge, comfortable edge, playing for 2 results. And he's barely broken a sweat in all of his games. Played very well so far. Maybe there was a better way to, put pressure in that end game. But at the end, Firouzja has defended very, very well today.
Absolutely. I think Nihal goes for a move. He plays g4. I think stopping any f5 plans. It looks like a very smart move actually. But if Firouzja is able to exchange the knights in this position, that would be an opposite colored bishop endgame, which simply means it's a draw.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. He can also play h5. The more pawns you exchange, the higher the probability of a draw here for Firouzja. And of course, this game might go on for a while. But at the end,
I think that this game should be over. I mean, if he plays knight c4, you can't even play knight b5, right? Because
you can't play knight b5, yeah?
Then knight d2, I think.
Knight d2.
F3 pawn is hanging, so you have to take the knight, and then it's bishop. Then it's just a draw, I think, in the position.
Yeah.
So.
And for example, let's say you pick this up. There's no way for you to even play c4. Because the king can never really, you have to go all the way, come all this way, and then the black king could actually do some damage here.
Also, all of the white pawns are fixed on light square. So if the moment the king leaves the king's side, I can play bishop f1, bishop a2, and all of your pawns I can potentially take. So of course that's not ideal.
Let's say king f2, h5, king e1, takes, and if you move around too much here, I just wait, let's say bishop c4, here, bishop e5, here, and suddenly it's black who could start, having some hope. So I think this is a very easy draw for both the players. And you can see Nihal's body language. He's accepted that this is a draw. So should end very, very soon. Meanwhile, after king f3, has Hans Niemann played a move? I see 4 minutes on the clock for Hans. It's getting very tricky and right down to the wire.
Actually, he's still thinking. And I think that's okay. Rook d3 check has just been played with 4 minutes on the clock. That's a slight inaccuracy. And Arjun has responded, I believe, with king e2 instantly.
And
that was the best move.
I kind of like rook h3 optically because at least I'm keeping my king there. I have some threats now.
He has knight d4 check as a threat, which is very, very dangerous because then you are forced to put your king on the back rank. So that's why he has to find rook d5, stopping knight d4 check. And then I think it should be winning.
Yeah, very important because
Black would have 4 pieces. Do not forget that pawn. Yeah, if the king is stuck on the back rank, then knight d4, rook h2 could be some sort of easy checkmate. Actually, you could be all alone, and on the light squares, the bishop cannot save you. So rook d5, love that move. Threatening some long-term check if the bishop were to move, or after g5, and also controlling the important d4 square. Can I still play g5 Sahaj? Is that a possibility?
Oh, by the way, I think Arjun has played rook d5 already, but with g5, I think to answer your question, I think knight d4 check is possible. Maybe it is still winning, but I don't like the fact that black has so much momentum. Like, for example, if you play king d1 here, rook d3 check, you can just resign.
It's mate in 4. Wow.
Rook h2 or rook d3. I mean, c2 is a mate as well here.
Wow. So let's not go there. Rook d5 played by Arjun. That's the smart choice.
Yep, restricting knight d4 check ideas. And if you take on h2 now, oh, by the way, he goes knight e1.
That's a
big mistake. But okay, the position is already lost. And if Arjun now finds the move g5, it is over. Because rook d8 is a mate in 1 threat.
Yeah. And is that the only move? Because I'm just wondering, the threat is like rook h2 check, right?
Then you go king e3, even king e3, yeah?
Bishop f2, king e4.
And then all you have to do is just avoid checks for just one move, and there is a mate in 1 threat. And then that will just completely shift the momentum of the game. Arjun is going for a move, pushes g5. Let's go.
Wow.
2 minutes for Hans, dead lost position. I think Arjun is taking this one.
Wow, let's go full screen. I think this game could be about to end. 1 minute 52 seconds for Hans Niemann. I think he must be disappointed because he started off with 2 exciting games, was better than both of them. Could have been on 2 out of 2, honestly. And it would be not surprising at all. But now in the 3rd game, suffering at the hands of Arjun, who also had a similar tournament. So at the end, Arjun most likely coming out on top here.
Absolutely. And I think Hans is going for the king. He plays king f8. Now rook d8 check, rook d7 check, again puts the king back to the back rank. I think he has just made a move with king f8 there.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an inaccuracy there on the board. I think you can go rook d8 check, king e7, and then rook d7 check, and then you're forced to go back to the back rank, and then then you can now you can start to think. Maybe there are many moves here that
check,
winning.
king g8, then I pick up this pawn, and then again mating thread, king f8. It's all easy picking.
And if you go king e8, then rook takes g7 also. That's 4 pawns.
Wow, wait.
Look at the might of
no, Gukesh. Oh, that's a draw. You can't take on a7. Ooh, tricky.
No, because rook h2 check, there is no king e3 because bishop f2 check is there. I
so you
think.
can't pick up this pawn. Very interesting.
So I meant king e8 is rook g7, and if king g8, I think.
Yes, rook g7 would be winning. So very important. Don't take this pawn. That's what white, black is hoping for.
Can I play g6 maybe side? I'm just wondering because I'm thinking of the idea.
Do you want to play a king?
King g8. And now I was thinking, can I play g6? Just wondering here because I want to push e7.
It is possible, but the bar has taken a huge dip. And after just takes, and rook h2, black has some counterplay here basically. Basically, he sacked the bishop for the pawn. And now rook c2 apparently is the move. And black is just breathing for now.
Wow. So still some tricks here and there. Arjun goes for the move. Oh, he does not even play rook d8 check. He plays knight c5.
And
that is, I think, completely winning as well.
A decent move, actually. The knight comes into the game, controls some very, very important squares. And now knight d7 check is also in the air.
Yep, threat is better than execution. I think rook d8 check, the threat of rook d8 check is way more dangerous because now you can play knight d7 check instead of playing rook d8, rook d7. So he's keeping all of these options alive. And Hans, once again, is in time pressure. I see 4.5 minutes. I'm not sure if that's correct because a few minutes ago it was 2 minutes, but I think it hardly matters in this position.
Chat, come on. What do you think? Who wins this one? Does Arjun convert this game? Yes or no? I can see, players rooting for Alireza. I can see people rooting for everyone. Everybody has a lot of fans, but at the end, it's Arjun Erigesi who comes out on top on day 3 of the Chennai Grand Masters.
Absolutely. And that would put him at just half a point difference between Firouzja and Arjun there. So that's because I think Firouzja is gonna make a draw. I see there is an opposite colored bishop endgame there. Exactly the same endgame that we thought about.
And believe it or not, whom Arjun plays in the final round of the tournament? It's Alireza Firouzja. Oof. So if these two guys somehow take the lead and start running away with the event, then I think we could have an epic finale on the final day, Sahaj.
Absolutely. That could, because this right now is just a half point difference between the two of them. And one last round. Does Arjun have white or black there?
I'm going to quickly check.
I think he
that
plays with the
one.
black pieces, right?
He plays with the black pieces, yes.
Oh, by the way, C2 played by Hans. And okay, there must be some. I can see a bunch of checks here. There's Rook D8, Rook D7. There's Knight B7 check, which should be good enough in the position.
Yeah, crucial move. By the way, this pawn one square from queening. So if things were to not, if Arjun waits, there could be some counterplay for Hans. But I think right now with these pawns, I think it should be a forced win. If Arjun thinks for 5 minutes, he should be able to come up with like a 4 sequence of moves where black has no counterplay and black just resigns.
Exactly. I think he's going to go with Knight D7 or Rook D or Rook D8 check. Both of them are forcing moves, and I know as long as the pawn on C2 goes, I'll happily give my bishop for it. Like,
Yeah.
I'll put my bishop on E3 and you can promote and I'll just take it. That's completely fine.
Agreed. Really want Arjun to win this tournament. Somebody in the chat is saying, of course, he has good chances now, especially this win. Arjun and Nihal to win today looks difficult for Nihal though. I think we had a look. I think they have reached, very likely are going to reach an opposite color bishop endgame, a pawn up for Nihal, but that pawn will find it very difficult to move forward because there's going to be a blockade on one of the color squares. So for now, C2 played, 2 minutes for Hans Niemann, 11 minutes for Arjun Erigaisi.
Yep, absolutely. So now Arjun taking his time to think. I think he's going for a move. He goes Rook D8 check. Makes a lot of sense. And now King E7 only move for Hans. And now another check incoming from India number 1.
Yeah.
With D7 check it is. And now King E8 or King F8. I think King E8 you can take the G7 pawn.
Yeah. I'm sure there's G7, Knight E4, Knight D6, a lot of moves possible. So King F8 should be automatic for Hans Niemann. Defending the pawn. If you drop G7, I mean that these pawns just like completely crush you.
Absolutely. So King F8 is basically forced. And then, wait, can I play Rook F7 check as well? Is Rook F7 check possible?
Yes, of course.
And King G8 then, isn't Knight D7 just a checkmate?
Oh, wow. Actually.
Because H6, there's a check and then G6 checkmate like we saw earlier. Look, if black plays H6,
Oh, Knight F6 check is also possible.
there's actually something more pretty here. If you play G6, there's Rook F8 check and F6 mate. Just like there is a pawn mate here.
Wow. Beautiful, actually.
Same
Beautiful.
with G6 as well. There's Rook F8 and F6.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Wow, beautiful. So a checkmate with the pawn is always fun. I don't think Hans will allow it. He might resign before that.
Yeah.
But going back to this position, I think right now this is a live game. Where does Hans even put his... This is resign. By the way, he played King E8. He played the King to E8. Actually, it's King E9 bottle line, I think, at that point. But King E8.
Yeah, that's because I see the king is like slightly more towards the back there. I think Rook G7 seems very logical, but wait, Rook G7, there is Rook H2 check, King E3 and Bishop F2. That could be tricky.
Yeah,
Because you're giving up the C5 knight for nothing.
Yeah, I think the simplest way is to play apparently Knight A6.
Or Knight B7, yeah?
Yeah, and now the side is Knight C7, E7, E8 queens, and black just resigns. So simplest way is Knight A6.
But he plays it. I think he went to
Wow.
Knight B7, I think.
Wow.
Same thing, I think.
What a guy.
Yep, this is over now. I think we should expect a resignation from Hans any moment now.
I think he'll give this check maybe. Like that's like a hand move, right? You give a check and then maybe he resigns. 10 seconds for Hans Niemann, by the way, I think.
I think he's
Oh, he has more time. He has more time.
I think he has a bit more time,
Bit
but
more
okay,
time.
hardly matters in a position like this. I think you can give a check on H2, but even if I play King F1, I don't think it changes much. Because after Rook H1, King E2, I can still play King E3.
Yeah.
There it is.
Wow. So Hans Niemann resigns. And this means Arjun Erigaisi gets his first win. And that is in round 3. What a beautiful game at the end. Yeah, the conversion was so smooth. There was not a single opportunity for Hans Niemann to strike back in the game.
Yep. I think he comes up with these crazy ideas in the opening and, with these imbalanced positions, especially with this 95 business. I really, really liked it. And it felt like from the opening itself, Hans did not have a chance. He made like an opening error somewhere. And then since I think Arjun did not give any chances. So that's, by the way, the first Indian to win in this tournament.
Agreed. And the first player apart from Fiducia to win a game,
Yes,
actually.
exactly.
Fiducia has been dominating headlines in this entire event so far. So Arjun catches up. Of course, we'll have a look at the standings at the end. But there's one more game which is still going on. And somehow Nihal has found a way to not exchange the knights. He's kept the game going. And the pawn has moved to c4. Of course, h3 is hanging now. So he's taken a gamble there. I'm going to give you the h3 pawn. But I'm going to get a passed pawn now, which is ready to move forward.
Okay, I have to say I'm not liking this development for Nihal because it feels like Black could sacrifice the bishop or the knight, and Nihal has given way too many pawns. I think the position is a little bit forward than this. Black has played knight takes h3 in this position, and now Nihal has gone c5 to try and push the c pawn all the way. And of course, he gave up the king side pawns here simply because he did not want to go into the opposite colored bishop endgame. He wants to play for a win against Firouzja, but this also comes with some risks in the game. His c pawn is more advanced, but he's also a pawn down as opposed to being a pawn up.
Yeah, luckily those pawns are doubled. Now keeping this pawn solidly on g4 is very important, because if you lose this, then black gets a pass pawn. He can undouble these also at some point, and then it could get tricky. By the way, accuracy wise, 97.6 for Nihal and 97.7 for Firouzja. They're just matching each other toe for toe. Nothing to differentiate the two players right now. And bishop a4, a beautiful move by Firouzja, just stopping the pawn in its tracks, not allowing to move forward, because if the pawn reaches here, that's when it gets tricky, Sahaj.
Absolutely. But I think this is so simple for Firouzja to draw, simply because he can play h5. And you remember, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, we were discussing what is the weirdest endgame that you have received, and you said it was some bishop knight versus knight.
Yeah.
It's possible here.
It's possible, and if that happens, I think be ready for 50 moves of action there, Sahaj.
I really doubt it.
That because my opponent did play that in game,
really?
He did play the 50 moves. So it's possible, because what happens is sometimes your king will get stuck on the back rank, and for example, king on h5. Let's say king on h2 and king on f2. Black would play bishop g2. Your king is now stuck in stalemate, and now your knight has to come in time to give the check. Otherwise, you're mated. So that's what my opponent tried. And, of course, these guys might agree to a draw, but that's still
but
far
that's
away
also
right now.
if he manages to get the bishop somehow. It doesn't look like that is happening any moment. I think Nihal would be regretting his decision at this moment, because now it doesn't look like Nihal is pressing anymore. It looks like it's Firouzja who's pressing now.
Agreed. And now the time difference also minimal between both the players. Nihal Sareen thinking about what court he's gonna take for the pickleball match tonight, and Firouzja, of course, his typical sweatshirts, thinking about the position. He's won 2 games in a row. He's not gonna win the third one. At least Nihal breaking his streak.
Yep, absolutely. And by the way, meanwhile, as Nihal thinks, in this position, we have a very nice interview with Arjun. Let's see what he has to say.
Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi, he won round 3 here against Hans Niemann. Your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I thought I got a much better position after bishop d5, and towards the end it felt a bit scary, but I think I would always win.
And you started off in knight f3, transferred into the Catalan. Were you expecting this opening today?
I didn't think it was the likeliest, but yeah, I thought it's one of the possibilities.
And nice win today, but kind of you missed out maybe in round 1 and 2. So happy with getting the job done today.
Yeah, for sure. Especially yesterday, I was so winning, and not winning that was a disappointment for sure. But I'm happy that today I won.
And lastly, Arjun, the FIFA World Cup is coming out tomorrow. Spain or Argentina, who do you think is going to win?
I don't follow football, so neither.
All right. Thank you so much, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wow, we are back. That was the winner for today, Arjun Erigaisi, with a smile on his face. And when I was coming to the commentary hall, I saw Gukesh and Arjun in the same lift along with me, and Arjun had forgotten something, like he was wearing a ring or something, so he had to go back to his room, and he was worried that he might not reach on time, but he did, and he reached in time just to win that game. So meanwhile,
didn't just reach on time, he won on time as well.
Yeah, exactly. And now Nihal Sareen, can he pull off an upset? Can he somehow create winning chances? Is the question. He plays knight to f5, brings the knight back. But I think black is doing pretty fine now. He's a pawn up technically. The pass pawn well in control by Firouzja. What can Nihal Sareen do? So can black play h5 now is the question, right? Because h5, maybe there's some knight e7 and, the pawn is ready to be pushed.
King g5, you take the pawn and then you try to play c6. I think he's going for the knight though. I think he's playing knight f4, and I really am not liking this development for Nihal, because it starts to feel like it is Firouzja who's pushing here and not Nihal. Because if you play c6, I mean, you can play c6 in this position. Bishop c6 is not possible. But then Firouzja wants to just go knight e6.
Yeah, you have to be careful because bishop g3, the move that came to mind, knight e6, suddenly this pawn is almost falling. You do have c6
Yeah.
because you can't take because of knight e7. Actually, you might be able to take as well, but it's getting tricky now. King g5. This is hanging, and suddenly you are right. I think it feels like black is the one who has chances, if any.
Exactly. It feels it feels a bit unpleasant for Nihal for sure. But okay, the position is still completely equal. It should be a draw very, very soon. Both players are playing more or less under time pressure. Nihal having 4 minutes and Firouzja having 2.5 minutes. It is the last round. We have one result so far. And to me, it looks like it's a draw, provided that Nihal, is not pushing anymore.
No, I think he's going to hold this easily. I feel like Nihal's play in the endgame has been fabulous. I think against Gukesh, he managed to, even create winning chances at one point. And in all his games, even yesterday against Hans, what crazy defense, man. Like that was an insane counter attack by Nihal. Serene, a piece down, he managed to hold that game. So I think he is confident right now and he's going to hold this comfortably. So within the next 5 to 10 minutes, we can expect the final game to end. That will be the end of day 3 at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters Edge. Your summary of the first 3 days at the event so far, assuming this is a draw.
I feel it's been a bit quiet. Usually it's Firouzja who's striking, and today it was Arjun. But 3 draws each day is I would say it's a bit quiet, but I think it's the calm before the storm. There will be one day I feel where all of the games are going to be results, and I'm just waiting for that day. But so far, I think good performance by Firouzja. I think Arjun should be quite happy as well. There's only a half a point difference between him and Firouzja there. I think for Gukesh, maybe not the best development. I think today's game was not maybe the most I don't think he would be happy with how the game had gone. Nihal had good chances, I think, in the opening, in the middle game as well, but Firouzja defended really well. But it happens, I think, overall.
And now basically Nihal, by the way, is threatening a repetition, I think. So if black does nothing, let's say bishop b5, I think knight e7, king g7, knight f5 is an instant repetition because black king cannot really go back because then bishop f6 and then white starts to play for a win again because the e5 pawn could also fall. So going back, the only move for black here seems to be knight g2 check if he really wants to continue the game's edge.
Absolutely. And I think if he wants to go knight g2 check, I think you want to mention that after king f3, you want to go knight takes h4, takes, and maybe king g5 or something. But Nihal is just in time. Knight f5, knight e7 check, and you will cover both of the light squares that the bishop is controlling. So you take on h5, you play knight e7, and I think white will just promote to a queen. Black will sacrifice his bishop. But there are no more pawns in the position. So we will have, I think, a safe draw. And that's it.
Let's go. That's a draw. So maybe 5 more minutes for this game. Let's see if Firouzja just accepts the repetition, plays a random move like bishop b5, or is he going to force matters with knight to check regardless of drawing coming very, very soon. I think day 4 tomorrow could be exciting. And Sahaj, you mentioned like not having a day with multiple results. That's the day that kind of changes the standings, right? Because right now, if we just one win, you kind of have similar standings. You see a player go up and down, but majority, I think we have similar standings at the end of the day. But the night played by Firouzja.
Tomorrow's day, I think, is exceptionally quite interesting because we have Northern versus Gukesh. Which is, okay, I think, always a treat to watch.
I'm going to order popcorn beforehand, by the way. And we're going to have a guest join us tomorrow as well. So it's going to be very, very exciting. So do not forget tomorrow's day. Do join us for the broadcast by the knight takes h4 played. Nihal has captured back actually. Check.
And now let's go king g5 perhaps and knight f5. Black plays h5 and okay, let's shake hands here. But yes, but tomorrow's match looks very, very juicy to me. Plus, we have 2 Indians playing against each other, Arjun and Pranesh, which will also be very interesting to watch.
I think from Arjun's perspective, having the white pieces against Pranesh could be an opportunity to get 2 wins in a row. He's going to be coming all guns blazing against Pranesh there in that match. And of course, Firouzja, can he catch up his streak again? Because he's going to be playing
Hans.
Oh wow, he's playing Hans. Wow,
yes,
that's a crazy matchup as well. Can't wait for that one. And by the way, must be thinking, you're so close to a win in the first 2 rounds. If only I had played that one move better in some game, I would be like leading the tournament. And now suddenly he is at the bottom of the standings, yeah?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a bit sad. But I think it happens. It's still, I think, 4 more rounds to go. So 5 more rounds to go, actually. So you have quite a bit of leeway to make a comeback.
And somebody chat saying, Pranesh said he wants to take advantage of Arjun's attacking style. I think that can be a possibility, right? We saw this at the Tepe segment tournament as well, where Arjun really wanted to win in the last round, really pushed hard against, I think it was, I forgot the name of the opponent, but I think he really pushed hard, got a lost position and then barely scraped through with a draw. So there is potential for your opponent to, let's say, allow Arjun to attack and then defend really well and then go for the counter at the right moment.
I have played I have played Pranesh about, I think, 3 or 4 times. And out of those 4 games, I think I've lost 3 of them. And in all 3 of those games, I was a piece up after move 10. I mean, not move 10, but like move 15 or something. So he has this really, I would say, like specific talent for it, where even if he's in a worse position, he just fights back. So it's not just Arjun that he does this against. He will do it against everyone in that sense.
Somebody said, I'm coming tomorrow to see the matches. Who is the special guest? If you're coming tomorrow, you'll find out tomorrow itself. Yeah,
absolutely. But it's a very special guest indeed.
At h5, we've taken the pawn. Of course, Black will take that pawn before you push it to h6. And now 97. And then pushing the pawn is the simplest way for both the players to take the draw. 2 more minutes, Sahaj, and this will be the end of day 3 at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. Nihal just looking at Firuza, by the way. Okay, they're looking at each other. Yeah?
He was looking. Wait, was that a draw offer? If not, then maybe Nihal doesn't play 97. Yeah, maybe he goes king e3.
Nah, he goes for the draw. He goes for the draw. I think fair move there. King g5 played. The king comes back. And now c6. Played quickly. Firuza can delay the inevitable, but he's just going to take that pawn. That pawn is too strong. Takes it. Now f5. We'll see the draw.
Only move, by the way. If you don't play f5 in this position, then white could go back to e7 and then you don't have an option to play f5 anymore. But it is already done. Pieces are traded. Knight takes e5, pawn takes e4 check, and that is it.
Wow.
He plays king f6, just gives him the pawn on f7.
Yeah. And that is a draw. So handshakes, and there it is. The final game of day 3 here at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. And Nihal Sareen, was pushing for a while, but at the end, Firuza defended well in time pressure to hold the game to a draw. You can see the players are a bit tired as well, right? So it's going to be interesting. And it feels like a well-fought day here, day 3, yeah?
Absolutely. It was a very, very good day. I think overall, I think some chances for all players. I think the only game that I would say where it didn't feel like, like it could have gone better is the game of Gukesh, I felt, because that rook pawn ending was too simple. And I think he would not be happy with that. But I think Arjun did it really well. Nihal had good chances as well. And Pranesh versus Nordirbek, I think it's a good result, for Pranesh in this sense, because this is his first elite tournament, and to draw like that against such a strong player like Nordirbek, I think he should be happy with that.
And also tomorrow, day 4, as we mentioned, we're going to have a special guest. We are in Chennai, Sahaj. Mm-hmm. And when you think about Chennai for the past 20 years, like one name comes to mind, especially when you think about chess. Do you want to reveal the name?
Well, let's just say that we will have 2 world champions in the
same building.
In the same building.
So that's going to be spectacular. We'll have 5-time world champion Vishy Anand joining us tomorrow as well for commentary. And if you are coming here at the venue, you might get to meet him personally. So it's an amazing opportunity. You'll have Gukesh and Vishy in the same hotel at the same time. I mean, 2 world champions in the same place. I mean, you'll never see this anywhere. Yeah?
We only have 2 world champions and they're both going to be in the same place. So it's going to be a special one. Indeed.
I feel like Chennai is quite rating dense right now tomorrow, in the same place. If you draw a rating map of India, you'll see it quite dense in Chennai right now.
But I think Chennai is like that regardless in this sense,
True.
It could have its own Olympiad team.
We literally had the 99th Grandmaster today itself, yeah?
Yeah, of course. And just one more away from the triple digits, but huge congratulations to Grandmaster Rathanwell VS for making the 2500 mark, and he already completed his GM norm requirements 3 years ago.
Wow.
4 years ago actually, and only now he became 2500. But huge congratulations to him. Just one more, and we have the lucky number 100.
Yep, and congrats to Arjun as well for winning a spectacular game today against Hans Niemann. And I think this is the end of day 3 here at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. Let's have a look at the standings once. I think it's going to be crucial because Firouzja had a 1-point lead, Sahaj, after day 2. I think things have changed. That Arjun win was very important, right? Very, very important. And he basically gave Hans no chance at the end.
Yeah, I think Hans did not have a chance in that sense, because I think right after the opening, he got some 0.5, 0.6 advantage. He kept the pressure throughout the game, and then one mistake, it didn't feel like Hans made any blunders, but it felt like some dubious moves, and Arjun kept capitalizing on that and in the way that he usually does. And yep, that was a very, very smooth victory. So if we can have the standings for this, after round 3, just to see where the players are, we can see Alireza Firouzja leading the charge with 2.5 points. Arjun right behind him with 2 points with his win today. Then we have Nodirbek, Andrekin, and Nihal Sareen on 1.5 points. And then we have Gukesh, Hans, and Pranesh at 1 point.
Wow. So I think Gukesh will be looking forward to a comeback. And these are the results for today. 1 win again. That too for Arjun Erigaisi. It looks like Arjun Erigaisi 2. Very interesting. But okay, 1-0. Huge win there. And now he's just half a point behind the tournament leader. And he could literally catch up just tomorrow. So the tournament is opening up. We're going to have a bunch of leaders, a bunch of people kind of lagging behind. So day 4 is going to be very, very important.
Really looking forward to it. So, tomorrow's match, of course, there's going to be Arjun versus Pranesh. There's going to be Andrekin versus Nihal, Hans versus Alireza. But all eyes on Nodirbek versus Gukesh, because I feel, the world champion and the Uzbek number 1, that's always a treat to watch. So we'll keep an eye out, for this match. And of course, we have a very special guest coming in tomorrow as well.
When Nodirbek boarded his flight for India, whenever that happened, the first thought that must have entered his mind is, okay, time to beat Gukesh. I feel like that's one of the thoughts on his mind, and vice versa as well, right? For Gukesh as well, an important game. So that's going to happen tomorrow. It's a rivalry that's been building up since the 2022 Chess Olympiad. And we're going to see that rivalry, at this Olympiad as well. And first of all, this match at the Chennai Grandmasters tomorrow. So thank you to everyone for joining. This was day 3, and we're going to be back at the same time tomorrow for day 4 with Vishy Anand joining us for commentary and with all the top players of the world fighting it out. Let's see who wins tomorrow and who gets the lead. Take care and good night.